Hello, everyone. Kissing people works. Hello, everyone. Welcome to It's a Long Story, place where we roll dice, we tell stories, and we kiss people. Having 5 parties living, existing, breathing in the same homebrew world, the wonderful, beautiful world of Estera. We are here with our lovely and very ready to go crew of the New Moon. Everybody take a look at your camera, wave, and say hi.
Hi.
Oh, hello.
Hello. This is good. It's gonna be good. Very excited to jump into stuff. So we'll just say, for those of you who have not liked or subscribed on the YouTube or Twitch, please. I've told other people that when we get to 300, I'll do something cooler than a backflip. So I'm just reminding you of that. So that will happen if we get to 300 subscriptions.
On Instagram or on TikTok?
On YouTube, if you were listening.
Wow. It's the storm. It's breaking it up.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah. Kay might be falling in and out.
Not to toot my own horn.
But yeah, please check that out. We really appreciate it, and it helps support the channel a lot. You can also support the channel by going to our Instagram and TikTok down below, run by the lovely Kay, who's here, right there. Yeah, it's a great place so you can see some of our clips of us being funny or dramatic or cool or interesting. Just Kay making us look better than we are. So please check that out and like and follow if you feel like it. Thank you in advance. That is it as far as announcement stuff tonight. There is something that will be coming up soon, but I think we're going to wait a couple weeks on that. Yeah, we're ready to jump into the recap. So before we jump into tonight, we do have a recap of where we left off. Yes, thank you, Nathan. where we left off. Kay, please take it away.
All right. So I have my recap here. Last we left off, the group was gathering themselves. Am I blonde now? Sorry, I opened it. I have a money piece.
Yeah. So cute. I love it.
So back to the recap. Last we left off, the group was gathering themselves for the morning, and Prisha had settled into her place as the morning person of New Moon, much to the chagrin of everybody else. After waking up Ianthe and Alyssa, the former valiantly attempted to roll up a sleeping bag, and Alyssa decided to ride on Barb. Over the course of the day's travel, Ianthe deduces that part of what triggers Alyssa's shift in personality or the shift of the other being is elevation, but doesn't tell anyone else right away. She simply attempts to divert our camp for the evening to a lower part of the woods. At camp, Alyssa and Prisha get into a whine-off or a screaming match game. And again, much to the chagrin of everybody else, Jet gets Titian high on grass, and then after being scolded by a Deem, blocks off the sound of Prisha and Alyssa in a soundproof, see-through magic box, to which we all receive the message, a Deem approves. During the whine-off, Alyssa's magic erupts into flames, and another voice joins hers to scream at Prisha. Ianthe runs to her rescue, seeing the flame, and accuses Prisha of triggering Alyssa's shift, which Prisha denies and tries to further help. Ignavirus and Alyssa then shows Prisha, or Ignavirus through Alyssa, then shows Prisha a vision of her home, the Circle of Massetti, burning to the ground, and shows an afeared Udress. Prisha is shaken, and Ianthe confides the name of the being that inhabits the young girl's mind, and offers some comfort and camaraderie to Prisha's fear, also revealing to the druid the name of the spirit. Adim finds himself annoyed that no one noticed, nor listened to his warning about some figures in the woods stalking us. Especially when Titian goes 70 feet into the woods and is taken by one of the creatures. Titian's lifted into the trees, wounded, and a rescue attempt is tried by Adim, who misses most of his shots, which really was just wild, by the way. All of them, every single one, absolutely wild. Pulled out all the stops, did his best, and missed every shot. Rip. Then Jet tries to help, and a few party members recognize the creatures as shifters, and by extension, attribute this knowledge to a former party member named Slagton. Eventually, Prisha from afar summons a giant bone titan and scares off the shifters. But they, 3 of them, return later in the evening after Titian is healed and resting to conference with the Horned One. Prisha asserts, despite Titian's previous crimes in Massetti, that he is under her protection for the time being. This does not please the leader of the emissary party, who I believe his name was Gavrot. Was that his name, Joe?
Yep,
Thank
Gavrot.
you.
Yep.
Who threatens Prisha, regards her aggressively when she tries to reason with him using her ability to see the afterlife that awaits Titian and all other Leonin. But his ire is finally soothed when Titian appears and creates a truce with the promise of destroying Possible. And I think that's where I kind of ended it. Oh, what did I miss, Jet?
Nothing. I was responding to Green.
Cool. All right. Awesome. Anything else we need to add, friends? Cool.
Nope. Great job, Kay.
Nice work. Yes. Thank you, Kay. Beautiful. Well, without further ado, let's just get down and play some D&D. You guys ready to play some D&D?
Yes.
No, never.
Yeah.
Why would we ever?
All right. Well, I guess I'll leave then. Fine.
No, I want to play.
Okay. Well, we'll do it for Matt.
Everybody else, we can dip. It's just Matt.
It's a
That's
solo
been very good
campaign
this week.
tonight.
Some D&D.
Let's give him some
Tuesday.
D&D. It's fine.
He's been good for a day and a half.
He's been good today.
He's been good today. Let's give it to him. He's been good today. Beautiful. So after a second sort of odd night in a row of being interrupted by some very highly high emotional sort of states of basically your time being crashed in by NPCs who want to kill you. But as we open in on the morning, I would like everybody to just go around and say how their morning is, what they're doing, what they're focusing on. But also, as we're going to try to make sure we're doing more often now, I would like to also have you tell us what you guys leveled up in. So we will go around and do that as the bright, shiny morning is upon us. I will roll for the day. Yeah, beautiful day. So as you guys wake up to the sounds of birds and the faint sort of wind pushing through from the sort of clearing that you guys are at, you have this kind of sort of weird sort of not cliffside, but sort of hillside that you're in the sort of valley underneath from. The hill itself is kind of like ranging up to about maybe only 10 or 15 feet above the party. But yeah, I will elect someone to start, and then we'll see how it feels from there. So let's start with Grian. What's your morning like? And also remember the level.
I took another level in Warlock. I think I don't think Grian's happy about Titian putting himself on the line with people who definitely want to kill him. But I think he's also looking to see how it's going to play out in Massetti, to see if that causes trouble for them. Because he doesn't know Massetti as a city or as a area or where they're going exactly. So in his mind, they're going to like close to the people, but I know geographically we're not. So I think he is just interested to see how that's going to play out.
Okay, so the question is, what does your morning look like?
That's why he's just like getting ready, thinking. You don't have those mornings where you just like you're just in your head.
What do we see? What's the camera see with Green? Is I guess what I'm trying to say.
Him staring at the grass, just contemplating life. I guess in the early hours of the morning, he's just packing his shit up and thinking.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Contemplative, pensive. Beautiful. Let's go to Adim.
Adim is probably just. Well, first of all, I just level up in fighter again because Adim is a dull young man. But
Hey, shout out to all the fighters out there. That wasn't a tribute to you all.
No, not
just
at all.
Adim.
I am choosing to level him up in fighter.
Listen. The next level immediately makes you better than any other level 11 character, in my opinion. So you'll be all right.
Yeah, no, well, I don't know, Joe. It depends if I hit.
You just gotta make it there. Yeah.
So I have to hit things first. I'm the fighter who can't hit, as shown last meeting. Anyway, Adim is not taking that to heart at all. He's stretching. He's throwing his chakra. He's just warming himself up for the day. Maybe a little bit harder because he doesn't like the fact that Titian was taken by surprise. And despite Kay's recap of the meeting, Adim is a little bit like more along the lines of I should have stopped from going, or if I'd been faster. He's not like if Titian hadn't gone by himself. It's more along the lines of if I'd been faster. So he's not like guilt-ridden. He's like, okay, well, keep training. That was a check off and he didn't go very well box. I'm gonna continue working.
Okay. I got it. Titian, what does your morning look like?
Yeah. Well, first things first, I took another level in Rogue, which means I can now bonus action dash, disengage, instantly kill things, which is going to be just great. So, the camera would zoom in, and what you would see is Titian lying on the ground, probably still bandaged in this midsection, but still sweating it out, still committed to the grind. Barb is standing on his feet, looking over him while he is doing sit-ups, training in this moment. He's just slowly counting them off. 2, 25. As we sort of catch him there, in his mind, he just keeps thinking about, kind of slightly through the hangover headache that he has from the grass that he took, how powerless he felt while being sort of snatched up by Gravort, and then how he's also allowed himself a moment of slipping up put him in a bad position again so immediately after he said he'd already learned that lesson. So he's just working this energy off with a cassowary just standing over top of him, screeching.
I have an interesting question. With Titian taking these rogue levels away from the like big, tough, strong paladin sort of thing, has this affected Titian's like body at all? Have we gone from the big, buff, fluffy to something that seems like a little bit more sort of smaller and toned?
I think when we first started off with Titian, he would have the physique of kind of a classical strongman.
Mm-hmm.
When I say that, I don't mean like Arnold Schwarzenegger, I mean like power lifter.
Yeah.
Think World's Strongest Man, Brian Shaw, Toby Hooper, the Mountain from Game of Thrones. Titian sort of had that physique. I think as he's been leveling up in Rogue and he's been doing like these crunches that you're seeing now, there's just cuts in his body. Like I think now he's a lot more sleek and slender. The agility is now there. So yeah, I would say that as he's become more Rogue, you can definitely see that. Definitely not a bodybuilder, but just now he's more. Now it's just that much more functional strength.
Yeah, cool. Nice. Ianthe, what does your morning look like?
To start, I took another level in Sorcerer, so I am now Sorcerer 9, Bard 1.
Okay.
I would, not like wandering off, but I would love to find like a pond or a lake or just some kind of small body of water where I could like take a bath, if possible.
Yeah.
I'm not doing the fish tank.
Yeah, definitely not the fish tank sort of thing. Let's rely this on the die. I'll say just a luck roll, straight up d20.
Okay, none of my warm-ups went well, so this is great. 19.
19, great, yeah, absolutely. From the maybe some like runoff from the time before, there is a sort of a. It is a little bit murky, a little kind of like vernal pool sort of thing, but spending time and maybe even getting the occasional help from a deem to kind of like purify the liquid a little bit. You're able to get like a little bit of a bath.
Yeah. So I'd be like cleaning up, doing my hair. Like I want to like clean up and make myself look a little more presentable because we're meeting potentially important people today.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to make a good impression.
Okay. Ianthe. Roll me a nature check.
Cool. 9.
All right. With a 9. Check. One second. I gotta check out something with your things here. Something we've been kind of ignoring, honestly, for a while. Oh God, how do we fix this? I'm sorry. I'll come back to you.
Okay, I'll be here.
Yeah. Let's go to. Looks like Prisha might be off. Sorry, Kay. If it comes back, she'll be back. Or they'll be back. Let's go to Jet.
So the camera's going to be above, like from behind of Jet, and he's going to be like sitting cross-legged with Codex open and his quill and his illusionary quill, and he's going to first be like with just moving his hand a little bit. It's going to write up a scroll, and then he's going to turn to the back page of it. And first off, I did take another level of wizard, but he will be at the very last 2 pages of Codex. And on the far right page, the top line that the camera sees, but nobody else does because he's kind of huddled over it, just says Last Will and Testament. And the top of the page to the left of it begins writing something, but he just keeps kind of rubbing. He flips the quill around and wipes it off and then starts again. And he's just doing that for his wake up and look around. It's just hyper focused on doing everything he can to prepare, and he's learned some new magic, and so he's all about the bubbles and protection. So tired of people walking up to his stuff in the middle of the night, he's come up with a new strategy.
Cool. Are you trying to do this in secret at all?
Not really secret, but more of, he's kind of curled up around it like he always does, like the dragon over its hoard kind of thing. So he's kind of like low doing it. But if anybody walks by, they'd see him writing something. So yeah, it's not really that it's a secret. It's more of, on one page, it's like his will in case something happens because they've been attacked a lot. And on the other page, if anybody were to walk by, they would see like very beautiful handwriting. And just like he keeps erasing because he can just move his quill over it and get rid of it. And then starting over, and he's trying to word it purposefully. And he's having like a back and forth. Just like, how about this? No, that's not good enough. How about this? And he's going over and over and over again, trying to find the right way to phrase this.
Beautiful. Okay, cool. Okay. I would like a perception check from Ianthe and Jet.
All right. 15.
Oh, jeez. Natural 20.
Okay.
For a total of 21.
Beautiful. Okay. Cool. So I think, Jet, from your point of view, there's been certain points where you've been trying to probably work on this for, what, an hour or so at least?
Probably. Like, everybody got up and got out of the bubble, and it lasts for 8 hours or whatever. So until it fades, he's just kind of in there working on it. Or if it's faded, he's just going to kind of sit down and find somewhere comfortable while everybody's preparing and just.
Yeah, I would say it's going to be easier referencing this if there are people that are not having to worry about the bubble on this. So,
yep.
So we'll say that it fades on this at this spot. Yeah, I think, Jet, there's moments where you like having this sort of like failure of thought happening over and over again. There's probably at least a moment, and maybe this is the first time, maybe this is the second or third time, that you hold on.
Bless you.
Thank you. That you feel just kind of distracted, and you start to kind of like sort of pull your attention away. You hear the sounds of like a gentle sort of like splash and things from Ianthe on the other sort of side of that hill. And as your head kind of starts to tilt in that direction, there is a feeling of there's a feeling that kind of starts from your horns, as if there is a figure that is, or as if someone is holding onto your horns and forcing your head back towards the page. Ianthe, for the past couple days, you've had a sense of thankfully not having to use your magic too much, but you've had a sense of this sort of level of kind of like a connection, or like a feeling like a stronger connection to your magic. And I'd say, like, something that we really haven't talked about very much, your connection to the moon. Do you think that's something that Ianthe, at what level do you think Ianthe is aware of that connection?
I don't think it's something she is like hyper aware of, because I've said, it was a while back, but I've said, like, she kind of follows this worship of Selûne kind of the way like I practice Catholicism, where it's like, my parents made me do it. I don't really do it much anymore. It's more of a habit.
Yeah.
So I think, like, out of habit, it's something she kind of nurtures, or like, out of habit, she might spend some time like at night meditating or praying, even if it's not necessarily a conscious action. It's just something she's done her whole life. So out of habit, she, when something good happens, she says thank you to Saloon. And when something bad happens, she says a prayer for help.
Okay. Interesting. So it sounds like Ianthe thinks of herself more like a quasi sort of like cleric in a way, rather than
A
like having
little,
her...
because she was always raised, her mom always said that her gifts were a blessing from the goddess.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, in the process of sort of following the concept of the goddess as opposed to the representation of or the correlation of the domain of that she seems to envelop, actually one of the domains, I guess, I would say from this point, you notice that you definitely notice that your powers seem to grow and fade away in ways that seem to be formulaic. I think with a nat 20, it's at this point that you actually notice that this is, sort of bright morning, but it's one of those mornings where you can actually see just the sort of like faint sort of outline of the moon on the other side. And you notice there is just a very like dark sort of heavy shadow that is marking over the majority of the moon as it is moving into its waning state. This is, this is kind of big for you, Ianthe, and there's probably there's a little bit of you that's kind of questioning whether or not that is what's happening or the reality of that. Like if there's something like, because, well, I'll ask. I mean, in correlation to the idea of like, man, when the full moon's out, I seem like I seem like I'm a little stronger with my powers. I'm just realizing that now. What is Ianthe's reaction to that? Does Ianthe think like, oh, that must mean like, does this belittle your faith in Saloon, or does it strengthen your faith in Saloon?
I think it strengthens it a little bit, knowing that strong presence means like is physically manifesting.
Awesome. I think as you stare out in the direction of that sort of faint sort of circle in the sky, I imagine that there's a moment where you start to, you're like, brushing your hair, but you're kind of brushing in the same spot. And I'm going to ask you a tricky question. How long and how hard do you stare at the moon?
I think she gets, I would say it's a good solid like 10, 15 minutes. Just like when you're overly tired and you just like get the stares because you're like looking at something, but you're focused on something else. And so it's like just kind of this blank but intense gaze.
Okay. So interestingly enough, it's actually really crazy. You have also rolled a nat 20.
I have.
There's a moment that snaps you back to reality, possibly right after this or from this itself, as you were staring at this this sort of vague sort of blip. But as you continue to stare, there's that moment where you're, like even like camera perspective, but also like from your eyes, where you like, it almost feels like your eyes are sort of like zooming in slowly, and trying to focus and seeing like, instead of the entire moon, you notice a sort of darker sort of spot of it, and zooming into that and going on and on. notice a faint glint of something. Similar to how like something metallic or shiny in dust seems to refract off the light in the air. And it could be that. It could have been the reflection of a ripple in the water that seemed to kind of hit your eye in a weird way. But you swear you saw something shine. Almost sort of glow just for a second. And I think you hear a grunt of like maybe frustration from Jet. Snaps you out.
I will do a quick subtle cast of detect thoughts. Just in case.
What do you want to know?
I think if I pick up on Jet, I'm like, no, you're not what I'm looking for.
Oh, okay.
I feel like I hear Jet just swearing in his mind, and I'm like, all right, so Jet's here.
We're gonna have some fun with this, actually, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Cool. Everybody, give me the first 5 seconds of thought. Starting with Jet.
But if I word it this way, then there could be a loophole.
Okay, no, not that one.
Adim.
Just a little more to the left, and I'll probably hit that tweet. Nope, a lot more to the left.
Nope.
Titian.
Stupid fucking abs. Stupid abs. Fucking. Yeah.
Grian.
I mean, they have to be hot, right? Like, they just work out all the time. Like, they hunt and do all this, right? I mean, yeah.
I'm gonna reach out and be pressure for a second. Okay, are they up yet? I should probably wait until they're up yet. They look like they're up. And then Alyssa is, I want to catch a bug today. Oh, also Barb.
What is Barb thinking, Joe?
Yeah.
Tissue, what's Barb thinking? Matt, you
Oh
do
yeah,
it.
sure. I'll do it. You just hear in
Well, hold
Barb's...
on. What's Barb's intelligence?
Oh,
I don't care.
great question.
Oh, okay.
20.
I mean, it's like 20. Yeah, no, they have a 2. They have a 2 intelligence.
I think it has to be 3 or higher, doesn't it?
I mean, technically, I wouldn't pick up on Barb's thoughts by the wording of the spell, but it's funnier if I do.
Would you pick
Yeah,
up on
fair.
Codex, though? That's a good question.
Oh.
I don't think he has a stat block, right?
That is true. That's true.
There you
Never
go.
mind.
Gotta know. What does Barb sound like? What's Barb thinking?
Yeah. So you're just reaching deep into Barb's mind, and you're just hearing, if this idiot would just have me stop standing on his feet for 1 bloody fucking second, I swear to God. Yeah, Barb's vaguely
Barb's
British.
British.
That's canon now.
Yes, I love that. Please up Barb's intelligence to 6. And I don't care if that fucks me later in the game.
Awaken Barb.
Awakened Barb. Please and thank you. Yeah. So Anthony, you're having these boats. No. And you don't get anyone else.
Okay. I think I would maybe look at the water and try to assure myself that that's what it was. It wasn't anything there's nobody following us. It was just the water.
Beautiful. I'm going to play as Prisha. Okay, so everybody is... I mean, you guys are up, right? Good morning!
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Morning.
Hold on, I'm still brushing my hair.
Hi.
Okay.
100. Perfect.
Okay, perfect. Well, we should probably all get our let's go get our stuff together, and then we'll head to or around Massetti.
Is there something? I mean, okay, so we know about the different groups, right? But as we go into Massetti, is there something we need to know about it? Should we take a back road in? Should we avoid eye contact with specific people?
Are they
What
like
are the-
super strong? Like, should we just like prepare ourselves?
I just and I just go.
I want to be Prisha and do an inside check, but no, I'm not going to. Well, I don't really know because I never walked through the city. Based on what we've kind of dealt with last night, that could go. I don't know. I have a good feeling if we were to walk through. Besides, maybe Titian, if the other members know. I don't know. Thoughts?
Are you saying I should not walk through? Do you want me to?
Well, I think that there's a possibility. I'll just lay down the possibilities. I think there's a possibility that they will think that I am a prophetess or even maybe a goddess, and they'll kind of leave us alone, or give us a bunch of gifts of stuff. Could always use more bones. I don't have enough. I don't have a lot of skulls. More animal skulls.
Oh, stay on track.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
Yep. And then there's also a possibility that they, because it sounds like, looks at Titian just awkwardly. Sounds like most of one of the tribes is no longer functioning. The news might have spread in detail to the other tribes, and they might try to kill Titian on sight.
And by all accounts, that's a bad thing.
Right.
Okay.
Mitchin, should we? I mean, do you want to go in a disguise? I mean, I could disguise you a bit. Well, I could turn you into like a mouse or something.
I mean, can you turn me into something bigger? Maybe
Bigger mouse, like a rat.
Do you only have a mouse spell, or do
How
you
about a
have
house
something?
cat?
It's mostly rodents that I know how to do.
What's a house cat?
A cat that lives in a house.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that makes sense.
Or I could make you invisible.
Oh, I mean, which one of those? I mean, which one lasts longer? I guess. Which one's easier for you to do?
They're the same, but polymorph takes a little more focus.
All right.
We'll say, whatever we do, we just want to make sure that it doesn't fail at any point, because I'm just, I'm certain that no matter what Titian is to these people, if he pops up from magic, they'll not be fans of that.
All right.
So, or we just walk
that's
with him
true.
like he is now, so it's not a surprise.
Yeah, or that.
I mean, I'm usually a bigger fan of just facing it head on and just letting it be what it is, but
I mean, it's up to you. I'm not telling you what you should do one way or another.
sure.
I fully respect you wanting to walk in with your mane held high.
Grian, what do you think?
I mean, I don't think that I don't know if the spell failing and magically popping up out of nowhere as someone who looks like the people who massacred them is a great idea. It might be worse.
Well, it sounds like they only massacred, the Morani, I think. Yeah, Morani.
They were just kind of killing everyone that night.
And it might look like they're coming for the other ones next. So I don't know if.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, if it helps, as far as the population, I've always because been around the outside of them, and they've only kind of come to me one by one. But I'd say it's anywhere between 300 to 500.
Okay, so 100 apiece. We got this.
Yeah. I mean, the max I could take out by myself is probably 130, but that's
I'll take the other 70. That's cool.
Yeah, but I don't think Jet can take out more than 20 apiece. He's so little. Oh, hey, Jet, sorry.
Excuse you?
Alyssa wakes up. How many am I taking out?
250.
Yeah.
Okay.
On a good day.
Wait.
Or we just try to avoid taking out anybody and just try to maintain some peace.
Unless they look good, then they can take me out. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there.
Oh. Hey. Tishy just looks at Green and just in a pain. Literally Tishy in a pain. Hey. All right, how about this? Let's just try it.
Could we get any help from the other looks at Anthony. D-bags that were there last night?
When did you learn that?
I heard it. I heard it in Daresworth.
It was that bar at the bar, wasn't it? I'm just kidding.
Damn it, Dirt.
It was that Harangon.
Probably Daphne.
Yeah, it's the Harangon. I mean, I don't... Yeah, they'd probably be able to help out. I mean, we at least got some sort of understanding. Tishian's just going to look over the faces of the party when he says that.
Yeah, you look at Prisha, and Prisha's skeptical.
I mean, I could also just, if I'm harshing the vibe, I can just kind of go sit outside of town while y'all handle your business, and then I can just meet up with y'all later too. But...
Yeah, let's split up. That's a good idea.
Well, I'm just trying my best, Dean. I don't know what else to do. I'm not saying we all split up. I'm just saying the town shouldn't be off limits for everyone if I'm just because I'm a problem.
Well, I guess the question is, what would we be doing there? I mean, don't get me wrong. I want to learn about the culture as much as, probably more so than the rest of you. But, I mean, I doubt they're gonna... It's not like they're gonna have a tavern or anything.
You don't think they're gonna have supplies we can restock up on or anything? They gotta have a shop.
Considering what they offer me, nothing that would be interesting to you guys. I love it, but
I think a couple of us should at least go in and let them know about Slagtan.
Yeah,
I'm trying to remember if I mentioned out of character.
Yeah, straight up. I think Precious. So you guys have said that name a couple times. It sounds Morani, obviously, but I don't know who that is.
He was just a friend that was traveling with us and part of the new moon, and then he wasn't, passed on.
Do you think we should try to find, like, family of his?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, or at least somebody who knew him who can spread the word.
I mean, I would like to be a part of that if that's possible, but I don't want to cause more pain by just being there.
Well, then, we try it. We group around Tishin, and if anyone has anything to say, hopefully they don't, get into a group bigger than 100.
We could also maybe potentially bank on the fact that they kind of worship you, Prisha, and you could just say, he's received my holy pardon, or whatever it might be.
You also have a really big gorilla that could scare them off.
I mean, bone golem, but thank you. Yeah, we could do that. I don't. I think so. Gavrot seemed to be kind of the. I'm a little worried about that because I think Gavrot really believed that I was what everyone thinks I am, like around Massetti.
Sure.
And it was still hard enough to, like, he still wanted to kill Tishin.
Understood.
So.
Well, if worse comes to it, I'll turn him into like a squirrel or something.
Do we have to go through the other people to get to Den Mother Udris, or can we just go like straight there?
Well, my understanding is that they're kind of all together, which now kind of makes sense, that because they might have, maybe done, I haven't been around long enough to know, but maybe they did that after the roar, not Tishin necessarily, but the roar, took out a good amount of them.
But I mean, do we have to interact with them in any kind of way, or can we just...
I'm sure we'll stick out. But yeah, I mean, interacting could be very little. I wish I had more information for you guys, but I've always been told to be kind of on the outside, holding the mystery, as Den Mother would say.
Well, we do have some powerful spellcasters. We can make it look, if something, somebody tries to say something, we can make you look like, you are what they think you are, right?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I can always just let my golem out, I guess.
Without being threatening, we can just kind of make stuff appear around you to,
Like what?
Like you remember the stage with the fog machine? We could do some similar.
You want to
things.
do a dance in Massetti?
No. I'm just saying we could get together and come up with some creative ways to make you look even more divine,
Okay. Well, I think we're going to get there today, so if we're going to do that, we should probably know what that would come up with now.
Brandon wants to know above table, do we have to travel through Massetti to get to where we're going, or can we just
no? So the choice
around?
Was to go around Massetti or through Massetti.
Oh,
that was the
let's
first
just
thing
go
that she
around.
said. Yeah, that was what I started with. Was the do we do
and then
that or do we?
kinda
Try
know
to
how
go?
No, that's how I got. That's
go
do we
through
have
Massetti.
to interact with them? Can we just avoid them completely? That's what I was trying to ask.
I mean, we could before we committed to telling Saipan's family that he's dead.
I mean,
Now
we
think we're
can
committed to that.
we can drop
Yeah.
Alyssa off first and then go do that. We don't have
Yeah.
to refer. I have to do it
That's-
one
That's
shot.
thought.
I was thinking afterwards.
Mm.
Yeah. So is that what you guys want to do?
Yeah, let's go check in with Dead Mother Udris first around the town, and then deal with the town afterwards.
Okay, cool. So if we do that, just a small thing, it would take us a whole it probably takes about a whole other day, which is fine because it's a safer route, but it's trying to make sure that we stay clear enough. We could probably do it in a day if we kind of stay closer to the woods. We'd be closer to the possibility of someone seeing us, but if we want to make sure that no one saw us except for the Marani that saw us.
I've changed my mind. Let's go through the town now. Let's
Cool. So, clarification above board. What Prisha is saying is it's going to take much longer to go around, right? If you want to try to absolutely stay clear of anyone in Massetti. It would take 2 days. So you would get there the next day. You would possibly be able to make it if you want to kind of split the difference and kind of try to stay on the outside and maybe deal with the possibility of getting spotted by one or two. Or you can go straight through and for sure we'll be able to make it to Dead Mother Udris if you guys survive.
All right.
I mean, what's one more day? We're not working on a tight deadline here.
Yeah.
I know you want to get home, Prisha, but I think this will be easier in the long run.
I understand. Anthony, give me an insight check.
Whoa! That one got crazy. Okay. Well, now what the heck is my insight? 14.
14? Yeah, 14 is enough. You see her kind of continuously sort of eyeing down to Alyssa as she's as Priscia's looking at you. Yeah. We probably have time.
We probably have time.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Extra night of camping. Yay, hooray.
Hey, but this time we won't have to camp outside.
What?
I learned something, and I think you'll like it a lot. I think you will love it. I will make sure to have baths and beds and a dinner table. Somebody has to cook, though, because I don't know how.
Have I told you that you're my favorite?
Oh, well, I appreciate that.
What are you, Jet? What are you talking about? Did you?
I learned a new spell, and now I can create a wizard's tower.
All right, sure. So you can just create. You went to bed last night. Now you can make a. Okay.
Well, see,
sure.
I've been studying. I've been trying to figure a way to make the double bubble more accommodatable to everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And so I figured I would have it to where, there's baths because Ianthe's always talking about wanting a bath and everybody wants a bed. And then we all want to sit down and eat and not have to sit over a fire and then get dirty all the time.
I mean, that sounds great. That's awesome.
Yes.
I didn't hear that, Jack.
I said, will it try to eat us?
Well, what try to eat us?
The tower.
Why? It's a building.
You mean
Why would a building try to eat you?
Town that wouldn't let them out? Yeah, okay.
Well, no. You can go in and out all you want. That's the only downside is other people could go in and out. But that's why we put the bubble in front of the door.
Okay.
I'll have to stay by the door, but everybody else can do whatever.
I mean, we could also just put a chair on the door handle and probably be fine.
What do you mean?
Well, yeah, that's. I mean,
Hey,
Sorry.
why don't we argue about this later tonight and move forward?
No, I want to sit and talk about the tower for another 45 minutes. Can we do that real quick? Or
So we're going to be here for another 4 days then.
fine.
But at least you'll be at a tower.
Walk and argue. Walk and argue.
All right, let's get to walking.
I'm assuming you're talking about Galder's Tower, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I've
yes.
never seen this spell before.
I messaged it to you, Joe.
Yeah, I see it.
All right, so then as we are walking through the woods here,
We might have to terraform a little bit, guys.
All right.
I'm so sorry. This is
No, you're good.
such a weird spell for it to be a 3rd level spell. It seems extremely overpowered.
It's 3rd level.
Third level.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
it's extremely overpowered. I'm gonna have to say. So I'm looking at it. I'm looking at a thing from Jeremy Crawford that says, "Confession: Galder's Tower isn't officially part of D&D, and I haven't actually read it. I rely on CW Grove to tell me what it does."
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Yeah, what
and
does
I
Jeremy
don't have
Crawford
access
know?
to that.
spell.
To that to where that thing comes from, the source from that adventure. Excuse me.
Oh, it's from Lost Laboratory of Qualsh.
Yeah.
The one with all the underwater stuff.
We can take a look at it this week, but I'm gonna
later if you
I'm gonna
want.
say, yeah, I would say we can take a look at it this week, but it kind of feels a little Acquisitions Incorporated-y.
Oh, okay.
Well, so much for not having to go camping.
Yup. We'll just have to wait till we get 7th level spells.
Yeah, I say there's I say like there's Magnificent Mansion stuff like that. Like it above board, the idea of the 3rd level spell being basically as good as the 7th level spell is concerning.
But
to me.
it's not
Yeah, I
anybody
thought
can
it
go
was.
in and out of this one though. The other one, only people you designate can go in and out, and it's like its own plane. This is a physical thing that can be destroyed. It's just a tower.
Let's hold off for
That's
tonight.
still a lot for
You got
Fair
it.
enough. Yeah, I'll do a little more check into it. Cool. Wizards, man, you guys get crazy stuff. Cool. So yeah. So we'll say. So Prisha goes, all right, cool. All right. Well, let's go.
All right. Titian will pick up Alyssa and put her on top of Barb, and then he'll take the lead up front. I guess right behind Prisha, who's leading actually, but and then start heading that way.
You got it. Cool. All right. So as you guys continue forward, there is an area here where most of like the walk up towards Massetti is in mostly like open field. So as you guys are moving on, and we'll kind of like we'll speed things up a little bit and say around about 3 o'clock. Honestly, is about when Prisha seems to get a little bit more sort of like nervous around like. Okay, so we could probably go a little further. And at this point, like everybody, give me a perception check.
Hey.
Ooh, I'm good on the perception.
12.
30, 20.
12.
21.
18.
Cool. I'm sorry. Give me those one more time.
18 for me.
12 for me.
30, 20 for a Deem.
Nice.
21.
12.
Not bad.
Okay. Cool. So for the 20s, which I believe are Jet and Adim. Or no, so just Adim?
Green and Nadim.
Green and Adim. Okay. So both of you notice, you see there are some interesting sort of like what you would look at as like from a distance they kind of look like little sort of like tiny like bridge from one tree to another. Adim and Green, especially in your guys' time of spending in the family, it looks like there's a possibility that this is like a makeshift sort of watchtower. sort of thing. And there's two of them on either side. As there is this kind of like now you kind of like noticing the distance between them both. You kind of like look straight down the middle and you notice that there is a slight sort of parting between the trees that gives an area of a clearing so much or a little bit. But they are truly, I would say, 20 is really good. I would say like truly they're probably up maybe 300 feet away.
Okay.
Is this Massetti, or is this something else?
I'm
asking that in
on the
character.
path to it.
No, I'm asking that in character.
Oh,
Not asking the DM.
You're the guys that see that. So Prisha doesn't even see it.
Okay.
Prisha, so above board, Prisha has tried to make it kind of clear she's never been technically to Massetti.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna stop the party and point out what I see. Like, there's a bridge and two looks like towers, and now look at Prisha. Do you think this could be part of Massetti, or?
Yeah, could be, could be.
As Adim is pointing it out, I don't remember if you said this in the initial description, Joe. Does it feel like it's intentionally fortified?
It is not fortified at all. It is like, it's straight up just imagine about maybe like a 10-foot like wooden platformed bridge between two sets of trees, and then another one about 50 feet away from that one. Like 50 feet to the east or west, depending on which one you're looking at.
Okay.
But it's not fortified whatsoever. It looks like straight up like a scout tower, but it's very rudimentary. Like there's no defenses or anything.
Well, I think that's sort of what I was getting at, was like it looking like a scout tower, looking like a place for a possible ambush or something militaristic, right? And if you're saying scout tower, like that sort of fits that description.
Yeah, there's no fortification whatsoever. It looks like it's a place that someone could hang out in and watch. That's it.
Right.
Does it look like something that was meant to be hidden, and then me and Green saw through that and we got lucky, or is it more something that it's just there? And
I think it's just the distance, honestly. Yeah, because the thing is, you guys are kind of in this open field sort of thing.
Right.
So there's actually kind of a tricky sort of moment of like recognizing if there was someone there. There's a good possibility they might already see us.
Yeah, they see us already. Okay.
Yeah. But actually, I'll say honestly, Dirty 20, you guys don't see anyone on either tower right now.
Okay, well, there's the cool bridge up there. Then maybe we could get up there and see the lay of the land. Or we could avoid the human construct in the middle of the woods.
I mean, what do we gain to benefit from going over there and taking a look? Are we?
Yeah, they probably built that. Massetti people probably built that.
I mean, I'll go with you if you want to take a look, Brian. I'm just saying, like, I don't really know what we're. Do you think it's like worth taking a look to see if we can scout out and see what's in town, or what are your thoughts?
We could try to sneak by it.
Yeah, I mean, my thoughts were just we aren't quite sure where we're avoiding, but I mean, we can just keep going. It's fine. Just in case someone's there.
Just a clarification above board. So imagine that they're basically watchtowers. So there's two of them, 50 feet apart. And there's this small space between the trees on either side. Then there's 300 feet of just open grass between you and the towers. It is in the space of the direction that you were heading. And Prisha would even say, like, that's the direction towards Massetti. So the assumption would be that you would be going up in their guard tower to try and like get a lay of the land. And that's just clarifying. That's not giving any sort of opinion whatsoever. I just want to make sure that that's clear.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we could also stick to the forest around it and just keep going and hope they don't see us, if there's anybody up there.
I vote that one. I mean, we're just innocent travelers, right? We're not hurting anyone.
Yeah. I mean, I think as long as we just stick to the forest and don't act like we're heading towards them, we'll just stay on our way and they'll stay where they're at, you know. So,
All right.
I mean, this is good to know for when we come back here, I guess.
Yeah. All right, so to the woods.
Okay, cool. So, so I need everybody to roll me a stealth check, and actually, I will check Precious' sheet to see if things like pass without trace, things like that would be very useful here.
For funsies, I'm going to use my Mistweave Concealment, which is Pass Without Trace.
But just for you, right?
But it's just for
just
you,
you?
right?
No. It says enshroud themselves, gain the effects of Pass Without Trace, which is just 30-foot radius. So is it just me?
I think we figured this out last time that it was designed to be just for you.
Oh, okay then.
Yeah.
I'm going to just step away from the party.
Fair.
And literally 20 feet away. I'm there with them, but if they're focused on the party with the enchantment, they may not notice me if something goes wrong.
Okay. Cool. I like it.
So I'm not leaving. I'm within sight of the party.
Adim ditches all of us and goes and joins Mongoose.
Yeah. Does not look like Prisha has passed without trace.
So much for not splitting up, I guess.
She also doesn't have
20
Free
feet.
Strider, which would have been great.
No, but she's got
29.
resurrect bones.
I got a 29, Joe, for my stealth roll.
Okay, nice. Where are you headed, Adim?
No, I'm following them.
Are you following them, but you're trying to stay a distance away from them?
Yeah, a little bit. So that way, if something picks on them, hopefully I can surprise them.
You can, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not trying to leave them or scout or get in any trouble. I'm just okay, I'm gonna hang back just a tad. I'll be right here. I turn my stone on so they can hear me. I'm not trying to be. I am not a thief. I'm not a rogue.
Okay, cool. So I will say just to be able to kind of build into the mechanics of it, the trade-off on here is going to be that the way we handle the stealth rolls is that Adim is of his own party. So he obviously, I recognize you're split up from the party, but it's the idea of so of the four of you, if one was giving away, does that make sense? Because usually we do all together and then split the difference. So
if the party would rather I didn't do that, I can stay with you.
It's up to you guys.
I like what you're doing. I trust your choice. I like it.
Okay.
That's just me. Yeah.
Because I think that's fair. Because the trade-off is that basically, if they fail in they see the four, they don't see you.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
Because 29, I'm not even rolling. It's okay.
I got a good roll, yay!
Great. All right, let's get a stealth check from the rest of the party.
I rolled good. I got a 19 plus 2 is 21.
Nice.
I rolled the exact same thing with the exact
Solid,
same
guys.
stealth. So also
Nice.
21.
I got a 14.
Okay.
I got a 26.
Wow, guys. Cool. Prisha rolled really well also. Actually, she rolled the worst. She rolled a 14. I thought she had some stealth. She does not.
The question is, what about Alyssa? Did Alyssa roll a 1?
Alyssa did not roll as well.
Uh-oh.
So two of us got a 14. Two of us got 21s.
So 14s, 21s, and a she's a little bit of dex. I'll give her a +1, 6.
And then what did Titian get?
26.
26. And then
I don't know if you want me to roll for Barb. Do you want me to roll for Barb?
No, we'll keep it. We'll simplify it for that. Yeah.
Okay.
So 26, 21, 21.
Yeah. I mean, if it helps you roll for Alyssa,
Two
Joe,
14s.
yeah.
Alyssa is on Barb too, so
Add
it helps
those
you to
together.
give a dex score or something like that.
Yeah, unless you have something specific you're putting on Alyssa, that's the roll.
Yeah, cool.
Okay. Man, I gotta get the calculator out for this one. It's a tricky one.
20.
6, 21, 17, 14, 6.
Alyssa bringing down the class average.
By 6.
Get that curve.
Okay, 17.
Oh, okay.
All right. So you guys start to travel through the open plains of grass, trying to kind of like hide amongst the like sort of small hills that are around. Everybody kind of tries to stay low as much as possible. Barb even kind of like bringing the neck down as you all are making your way around. It's going to take a good, I'd say, a good 15 minutes, I would say, to get from this sort of point to be able to kind of like sneakily sort of make your way around. And I would like everybody to give me a perception check.
15 for Grian.
16 for me.
18 for
for
Tishian.
Anthony.
4 for Jet. At least it wasn't the stealth.
Yeah.
Amen.
One more time, guys.
I had the highest with the 18.
18 for
14.
14,
15.
15, and then a
And-
Dean.
A 16.
60 from you. Okay, great. Cool.
Oh.
Tishian and Adim. Adim's right on it today. Adim and Tish. Huh?
He said, go figure.
I said
Go
go
figure. Yeah. Adim and Tishian, you both hear as you're about 10 feet from getting to the. Actually, I guess I can roll for. Nope. About 10 feet from actually like getting into the woods itself, you hear some sounds in a language. Oh, interesting. That Adim, you recognize as similar to the like different sort of dialect, but still primordial.
Can I pick up anything from it?
Yeah. So you hear. You hear what sounds like a. Sorry, let me find what the name was. You hear a name
While you're looking,
being called out. Yes. What?
I would also say while you're doing that with the Dean, Tishian would grab the German translation and also be listening in on this as well.
You would have to have done that before. Like it's a snap sort of thing. Like you're hearing that as it comes in. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Sure.
You hear. Crap, man. I'm trying to find that freaking name. Katsuda.
Is it like
but it is like shouted as if alerting.
Okay, I will whisper into my rock. They're alerting someone named Katsuda.
You got it? And I think with that, you guys can like move the rest of the movement into the woods if you wanted to, or you could stop where you are. Your call.
Jet doesn't have a rock, so he just keeps walking casually as if nothing is happening.
We need to get him a rock.
Tishian
Once
will
we
not
dump
let
the
Jet move very far without grabbing a hold of him. Do y'all want to meet this Katsuda, or should we just keep going?
I think we keep going. I think it looks less suspicious than just darting into the woods and coming back out.
Agreed.
Or darting deeper into the woods, I should say.
Well, let's get.
You're saying
on
keep
up and
going
go.
into the woods, Green.
Through the woods.
I think let's keep going the path that we were going before. Let's just keep going the exact same way we were going.
So you want to continue to be sneaking around?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
In a way specifically that if they did catch us, we're sneaking, but we're just also non-threatening.
Yeah, because I believe we're also we're already in the woods. We're just not deep in the woods. We're
no, you're not. No. You're in open field.
I thought we were in the woods. That's my bad.
That's why I was saying you're 10 feet from the woods. So you guys were having to move around in the open field towards an area in the woods that is outside of the tribe of Naseti. Because that was the plan. I want to make sure that we're all 100% clear on this so we don't get locked into it. Does that make sense, Brandon?
Yeah, I thought that we were going around, but not on the edge of the football field. I thought we were
That's what I thought too. I thought we were at
10 feet deep into the woods, just traveling along the edge. We were.
Oh, okay. So you guys want to stay along the edge of the town to be able to cut down the time.
I thought we were at the tree line of the woods, basically, sort of walking there.
We'll simplify it to two choices because we need to make sure that we clear this up. So the three choices were go right into town, then go around the town, but stay close enough where you're not having to spend a whole day staying outside. But there's a possibility that you guys would be seen from the edge of town around, because the edge of town is the woods. Or you spend 2 days to go far around and try to avoid altogether. The trouble about all of that was, no matter what choice you had, the beginning of it would be setting you here, regardless of whether you're going forward, slightly around, or all the way around. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
I need you guys to speak up if it doesn't make sense.
It makes sense to me.
Okay.
Sure. I was just picturing us, because you were having us roll stealth checks, Joe, I was picturing us at the tree line, because I can't think of what we would be hiding behind in an open field necessarily.
That's what I was saying. Yeah, the stealth check was the big grass, the knobby sort of hills that I mentioned. You were trying to stay low on the way on.
Okay. I'm good with that. I just think we need to find a way forward in this moment to do that. So if we want to keep just going forward with that, that'd be my vote.
Okay. Forward being, let's continue through the trees, trying to sneak past, just trying to avoid altercation.
Yeah, not deep into the woods, just knobby hills. Stay with the stealth check that we just did.
Okay. Well, you
keeping the tall grass. In other words. Yeah.
Well, okay. So So open field, woods. You guys were moving around, trying to get to the woods on the outside of the forest, right? Now that you are 10 feet from the forest, you guys were almost there, essentially, to being able to get to a place where you are now in the tree line. You're in full cover sort of thing. You can guys, if you're spotted by someone, you're going to be spotted by someone who is already outside of the town anyways. But now you're going into the woods. Does that make sense?
Yeah. To me, it does.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right. So the thoughts are, so in the choices of stay put, there was an alert, stay put and try to talk to whoever is alerted about it, or to continue through the woods and just be maybe they'll assume that it wasn't anything.
Continue through the woods.
Continue through the woods. You got it. Cool. Awesome. All right. So as you guys continue in, I need to roll some things here. Okay. Wow. All right. So let's do this. So as you're traveling with Prisha, going through the woods here, you start to hear the sounds of footsteps sort of leading behind, basically where you guys were at. Let me roll a say someone give me a honestly anybody, survival or nature check.
I'll get you a nature if you want.
Survival is 24.
24.
Okay.
Ooh.
Do you want the nature as well, or no?
I mean, yeah, honestly, that could be enough. Honestly, agree with the 24. You managed to kind of like pick up. This is probably about 6 like individuals who have moved over into this area. And actually, I would honestly like, as you guys are continuing forward, looking behind, you see there's 6 bodies of what looks to be like some that seem to be very like tribalistic in like the clothing. You notice that a couple of them seem to be wearing pieces of bone as like decoration, and they're trying to sort of like scout out and look around, and then most of their eyes are going to be like resting on the woods. They do not see you, but they're there. They're on. It's a level of like high alert here. But I assume you guys continue forward.
Yeah, I'll relay that as we keep going.
You got it. Do you guys want to? So, choice here is to pick up the pace or try to stay within stealth. So I would say, like mechanically speaking, I would say disadvantage on stealth checks, but you guys would probably be able to get out of this situation quicker, or advantage on stealth checks, but you're having to take your time.
I'm okay with us
let's-
taking our time.
I kind of want to risk it.
Okay.
Just get it done with.
Would.
Like
You
I kind of want to just go for it. We just rolled really good on stealth checks. We'll do it again. It'll be badass.
I like it.
But I'm following them, so I'm going to match their speed.
Okay.
See?
Yeah, that's fair.
I am down for whatever. So I mean, whatever.
I'm
y'all
good
do.
with it. Yeah, I'm good with.
You guys have risk it? Cool.
I mean, are we here to
Put a
play
lot of
D&D?
faith
Or are
in
we here?
plus 2 here.
Yeah. Are we here to play D&D? Or are we here to just participate in D&D? That's literally the question I'm asked right now.
Are we playing Metal Gear Solid or are we playing D&D? Beautiful. Okay, cool. Give me straight up stealth checks.
Now, I'm not
Straight up?
because we
Straight up
are
or disadvantage?
under.
I would count this as dim light. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so then I'm rolling straight
Uh,
because of my cloak.
You said if we're hoofing it, we're doing disadvantage.
yeah, I did, didn't I? I'd say if you're hoofing it, it's a straight roll. If you guys are taking your time, it'd be advantage. I think that's
Okay,
Cool.
more fair.
so now I just have the advantage.
Sweet.
Cool.
Grian, that's a 19 for stealth.
18 for Jet.
I got a 10.
24 for Titian.
Ow.
Cool. I'll also say if you guys want to just like pick up Alyssa at some point, you could just do that, and her stealth will be yours.
A demon got 28.
Cool. 28. Solid. You're a ghost.
Oh, actually, a Dean with Pass Without a Trace should probably pick up Alyssa. We're real
That's
not have
fair.
to worry about her.
But I'm not with you guys. I mean,
Cool.
Yeah.
I'm 20 feet behind. If she's there, I will. But
Yeah. How far behind do you think you are?
about 20 feet. Like, not very far at all. I want to be able to see them. I want them to know I'm there, even though
That's a really good point. I completely forgot about that. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So this doesn't really change anything of the stuff that you guys are going through, but I will have to kind of check those numbers again here in a second. I apologize. I just need to make sure that I give Adim what he's earned. Adim, you see and you hear this figure referred to a couple times as Katsuda. You see a figure that comes up, very large, muscular, seems to be wearing this very like large beast skull as a helmet. Figure looks like this. He is looking around, has a like a heavy sort of spear that has a couple of like interesting sort of like feathers and adornments around it.
well,
as he
isn't
is
he a
looking
friendly
around.
one?
What's that?
Well, isn't he a friendly one?
Very
Guys,
friendly, very
guys, I
friendly.
changed my mind. We're gonna walk out of the forest, and we're gonna stand there, and we're gonna get caught. Okay.
Well, let's see what those let's see what
Grian
those
breaks
steps-
himself by saying, "Damn."
Yeah. Grian just trips and falls in the woods like one of the like horror movie protagonists.
Stumbles
Yeah.
for her glasses.
Oh,
Oh no! I can't go do anything without my glasses.
Just bent
Oh,
over,
I've
just
Slowly
like,
crawling
"Huh."
towards him.
Somehow I've tripped over this dirt. How dare I trip over this dirt?
Guys,
I'm
I'm
so
stuck.
dirty.
I'm so dirty. Oh, this dirt all over me.
Oh my god.
Guys, I'm stuck under this leaf. Leave me. It's fine. You
Ah.
can go on without me.
I think a DM you
Somehow-
have enough wherewithal to refrain from saying into the rock what this figure looks like.
I refrain, but I will keep is he simply looking, or is he doing any? Since I'm noticing him without him noticing me, it seems. Is he doing anything that would suggest things I would know? What I'm referring to is, does he look like he's doing something druidic? Does he look like barbaric, like something I saw Slag Tent? Anything that
Sure.
would refer to any of the party members I've witnessed?
Yeah, I like it. Give me a nature or insight check, your choice.
Both 0, so sure, why not? Insight. That would be a 7, so he just is hot. That's all I got.
You pick which one, nature or insight.
Well, that was insight.
Cool. Insight looking, you see a very like with a 7, you see a very like it's hard to tell, like most of the skull itself actually kind of like hides a good amount of the eyebrows, but you imagine he is with a 7, if you had to guess, you're not sure, but if you had to guess, more of a barbaric sort of thing. You don't see any like you don't see any sort of like movements of the fingers or anything like that that
Okay.
suggests that.
I'll keep my eye on him and the
Yeah.
other, but I'm mostly keeping with the party and just being as sneaky as the warrior can be.
You got it. All right, cool. All right, let's hear these stealth checks one more time, you crazy riskers. Oh my gosh, guys.
Are we rolling again? A third time?
No, this was, I missed what the second one was because I had
Oh.
to show you how hot this guy was.
Oh, okay. And he is. We will bond over tattoos in the future.
Perfect. So go ahead and give me, tell me what those stealth checks were.
24 while carrying Alyssa.
24, solid.
10.
10,
I think I had an 18.
18.
And Green had a 19, something like that. He was like one above me. It was either 17, 18 or 18, 19. I don't remember.
I think it was 19.
You just broke me with all the numbers.
Sorry, I'm one
24,
below Green.
10. Jet, what is your number?
I think it was an 18.
Okay.
Because I got a 19.
Perfect. All right.
And I don't
my
think you
die
need it,
looked
but
weird.
I did have a 28. Just so you
Right. You're still, I think, like, for the purposes, you're still in your own
That's fine.
thing. Did I add the 10? Oh, let me try one more time. Sorry, guys. I'm having trouble today. Keeping my maths mathin'. Yeah? Yeah. By now 4. Okay. Pretty dang close, pretty solid. However, you see as Katsuda is staring into the forest. We'll say it's Ianthe's bright white hair that might give it away.
I did just wash it.
Yeah. So it's gleaming in the sunbeams that are kind of cutting through the canopy. And Idim, as you are very close, you hear the phrase "intruders" this way, and all 6 figures start to run into the forest after you.
Damn it.
I will into the stone just say they're on to you. They're following you. And I will maintain my distance, but trying to shift around them a bit since we're going. We weren't going full. Oh no, we were going full speed. So I'll just stay. I'll keep my distance and keep following.
Okay, you got it. If there's a possibility of them gaining on you, just in case, give me an acrobatics check and just hold it aside.
Okay.
As they might be doing so. Okay, cool. So I will say, is there anything you guys want to do besides run for it? Like magics, things like that.
Again, Jet doesn't have a stone. He doesn't know anything's happening. He's just going to keep going until he knows something happening. So,
I mean, does anybody have, besides Ianthe, like spells that can get you far now that we're level 10?
I had Misty Step. And I also think, to answer what Jet was saying, or what Nathan's saying, again, Titian would be corralling the little ones and making sure Jet does not get too far.
little ones? That's rude.
Can we do this? Can we assume that if there's something that is being said, and three or more of you are around in that area, that one of you tells Jet?
We're filling. Yeah, we're gonna fill everybody in.
So unless otherwise instructed, that's what we will assume. Cool. So Jet, do you want to do some magics?
I mean, do we make it look suspicious, or do we just...
No, probably not yet, because are they like charging at us with weapons?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like, are we just going to Den Mother Udris, or are we like running for it?
I assume you're running for it. They spot you.
Yeah.
Jet will follow whatever Prisha would do here, because this is her whole thing, right? So it's
the
like,
NPC. It doesn't work in this case.
I know. I'm just saying. I don't want to go throwing no fireballs. You know,
like,
last time that didn't work out too great.
That's your choice.
I could throw one as a distraction.
No. Can I throw out a question to the party real quick?
Please.
Real quick. Has this series of events changed anybody's mind about running? Like, does anybody want to stop and talk?
That's
Or
what I'm saying,
try
is
to
like,
stop and talk?
are we just passerbyers? Like, we're not going to seem suspicious, or do we want to, like...
Yeah, I think if we
Or do we
run,
wanna
we
look
immediately,
suspicious?
like, set ourselves up to be suspicious. I think if we just say like, "Hey, we're just walking through here. What do you want?"
I think we were running, but I still think there's space for us. Joe, just correct me if I'm wrong. That if we wanted to, like, put the brakes on, if we could act like, hey, we heard someone was following us. We just wanted, we're no harm. Like, there's still space for us to talk to them. In other words, that's sort of.
Roll me a religion check. Titian.
Me? Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I wasn't volunteering to talk, but sure.
I can do that.
I was going to let Ianthe or Grian do it, but... Hey, Joe, that's a 14.
Cool. With a 14, given the idea of the sort of general vibe you've gotten so far from these figures, it would be like there was an encampment and there was a choice to go all the way around, or there's a choice to get really close. And you guys chose close.
Oops.
I still think we could... I mean, that doesn't look great, but I also
it's
think...
possible. It doesn't look great. It's possible, is what I'm trying to give you there. Yeah.
Yeah. I think in the same way, us just full on sprinting
would absolutely give you.
Right.
would also look bad, especially if we do have to circle back around and they see, oh, it's that white-haired woman from earlier, sort of
That's
thing.
true.
So I personally think it's better out of character to just stop and try to talk right now. That's my feeling about it.
I agree with that.
I'm down. Jet
Cool.
gets beside Titian and stops.
You got it. You start to hear forceful, heavy language from deep voices as they move through. Adim, a 29 is so good.
At 29 and 28. Is it possible for me to move so I am about 10 feet away from the party, but the party's between me and the group approaching them?
Give me... Okay, wait. So you want to be present and seen, but you are 10 feet in front of the party.
10 feet behind them. Well, 10 feet. So this is the
Between
party.
them. Mhm.
This is the party. Adim would be here. Group coming would be coming this way.
Yeah.
So I'm behind them. So they might. I'm not going to hide per se, but with the 28 or 29,
The people
You would
are
have
coming
to
up
rush
from behind
past them
us.
because they're coming up from behind.
I know. I'm just if they're stopping the party meeting, the party.
Oh, I
they're
see.
welcoming this way. I'm gonna skirt around
You
as
got it.
they're coming up.
Cool.
I just rolled because it's getting like, well, now you kind of made it harder.
Sorry.
No. That's it's fine. I just broke my nat 20 that I got. Give me. I'm gonna say with that nat 20, give me another stealth check. I will say DC 15 to be able to not be spotted as they're coming closer, and then you break the distance away.
Okay. The 20. Dirty 20.
Solid. Beautiful. They do not see you, but they see the party as you were able to kind of like sneak and continue the same speed that you're doing, going around and basically behind the party.
Yeah.
Okay. As
they're talking,
go for it.
I was gonna say, as they're talking, Tishian's still gonna keep Alyssa up, like holding her up above, like in his arms as he was carrying her.
What do you mean?
So he's not gonna set, like Tishian's not gonna set Alyssa down for this conversation in case they need to run off.
Oh, gotcha.
And you're bringing out that gem.
Sure.
Cool.
Actually, I'm gonna take the gem out and pitch it to who wants it. Ianthe or Grian?
What does it do?
Gem of
It
translation.
translates language. I'm gonna toss it to Ianthe.
Solid.
So you can hear and talk in any language.
Okay. So you guys stand your ground as they approach you. All spears drawn, all male figures, rather sort of bulky, given that very much that like warrior sort of look. They all run up to you. Katsude stays in front, and you notice you are kind of somewhat surrounded in a semicircle.
As they do that, Jet's going to take his robes and tie it around his waist so that his arms are showing.
Are you sure you want to do that?
Definitely. No, he's not. He's the runt, but
Oh,
he's
so
from
he's,
a
like,
tribe,
looking
and this is
super
another
weak?
tribe. This is another tribe stepping on his people.
Oh
Okay.
no.
The one that's closest to you gets a little bit closer and is definitely ready to strike as soon as Katsude says the word.
It's just a stare down.
Beautiful. Yeah, I think like just both your teeth are baring as this figure's looking at each other. And actually, I'll say, so this figure you see has is a touch younger, and you notice that the has this like sort of like more like leaner sort of muscular look. Has this very very high like top knot. That is completely shaved along the sides, and you notice that there's like markings down his face. He looks to be a little bit younger than the rest of them. Cool. So for everybody who doesn't understand Primordial, you all hear some very like heavy, like hard sort of tribal sort of language. Ianthe, you hear a speak.
Real quick, as they're coming up, I would have done a subtle spell detect thoughts.
Okay.
And I'm standing like just with my arms open, showing I don't have any weapons in my hand.
Actually, that's a good point. I think the first thing he says is, weapons down, drop.
As you can see, there are no weapons in my hands.
Talking to your whole party.
I think, yeah.
Tishy and Green. Anything you guys have, Prisha would be the same thing.
Everyone?
Are you saying if it's in our hands or if it's in our waist? Because my weapons are not drawn right now.
In a way of like, I don't want you to have access to your weapons right now. Please put them on the ground, is what he's saying.
I think the only thing Green has on him is his knife. So he'll put that on the ground.
I will make a big show of pulling out my dagger and like dropping it.
Can I ask 2 questions, Joe, before this conversation goes too far?
Sure.
If I put my weapons on the ground, will it reveal me?
Aren't you like super stealth so they don't know you're there anyway?
Well, I mean, yes, but I wanted. I mean, that's not a trace. But
are you hiding, or are you just 10 feet away from us?
You feel like they don't see you, so I would say like dropping your weapons, would probably give you away. There'd be a noise, you know. So
then I will not drop the weapons, even though I really don't need to be holding them. But the second question is, can I tell if there's a particular path of primordial this took, like fire, earth, air, water? Can I tell which branch, or is it?
I don't think so, unless you think you've studied that.
Not really. I figured that I know water. I can recognize water, and I know base. I know base.
Definitely not water.
So it's not water.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
But I will say you spend some time with Slagtan. It's similar.
It's similar to Slagtan's. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'll take my sword out and gently put it on the ground, right in front of me, though.
Jet, they said no weapons. Put those guns away. All right.
When you say that, Jet looks over and winks at the guy in front of him, extends his claws, and then shrinks them back.
You see kind of like there's a snarl from him as he kind of like steps even a little closer. You hear Katsuda yell in this figure's direction. Kay. You see Kay steps back.
As you can see, we are unarmed. We do not seek a quarrel with you. We are simply travelers. We got a bit lost. And so we're sort of walking in circles. But we mean you no harm.
What business?
Well, I simply visiting family.
Deception check. I'm gonna say with disadvantage.
Ah, I mean technically you are.
I'll add in too is like
if you want to do persuasion, I'll allow it.
Can I add in?
She is reading his thoughts too.
Yeah, I know.
Still disadvantage?
What? Yeah. You're still.
Can I add in a friend's family?
Okay.
Nope, I threw that one on the floor. Yeah, that'll do. 24. Persuasion.
Beautiful. What friend?
I'm bringing the horned one home, but also our friend.
Sorry. I'm so sorry. It's the same thing would apply to Green. You're saying he's not understanding, but I.
Oh, because it sounded like he was speaking broken English too.
Because that's what Ianthe's hearing.
It's primordial.
Yeah.
I assume because you had the rock that it would be more fluent. That's my bad.
Oh, good.
Our horned friend here grew up nearby. We're taking her to see her mother.
That's accurate.
Horned one.
Yes.
You see Prisha just kind of nod slowly. How do I know? Who's your mother? You hear things that Prisha has in her backstory that she would definitely say, but I don't have all that stuff.
Okay,
For sake of
fill us in
time.
on Discord.
Yeah, we'll say for the sake of time, Prisha kind of like lets out a slew of like titles. Revolving around Bone Mother, like that sort of like down. And you see all the spears go down. You see one of the other members of the tribe kind of takes his spear as he kind of just folds his hands. Why'd go around? Why not through?
Well, we weren't trying to go around. We got lost, and it sort of ended up going around.
Oh.
I don't know if you can tell, but I'm not exactly a outdoorsy type of girl, so navigating is not exactly my strong suit.
What do you mean outdoors?
I'm more of a city girl.
Azumare?
Sure. Places like that.
Mm.
Not specifically, but places like that.
Azumare take many of our tribe.
I'm not from Azumare. I'm just saying cities like it.
Matt's picking up on what I was saying. I do think actually, I'll give you the bit of the because I think you are doing a subtle spell to detect thoughts on this. Say when you say, we'll say above board, when he asks Azumara, you hear a snarl in his mind. You say, "Yeah, not that though, like that." Yeah.
No, a city like that, but not that one specifically.
Let's see.
Anyway, we were taking our friend home, and got lost and ended up here. So, just a big misunderstanding.
You come eat with us tonight.
I'm sorry?
You come eat with us tonight. It would be hard to let Northgard know in time of your passing. You come through Massetti.
You can just like write down on a piece of paper, like, these guys are all right.
You sound Azumare.
Nope. Again, not Azumare. I've never actually been there. I'm more from the western half of the country. Southern.
Towards the sun.
Yes. Towards the sun now.
Wood's unsafe. You come with us.
It's hard to argue with such a generous invitation.
So there's a tricky thing where we look at the idea that Kay is not here. So I'm going to say, Ianthe, what do you want here? At this point, what do you want?
I want them to let us leave. I don't want to go have a meal with them.
Very cool. Awesome. Give me
But I also want them to be able to tell, like, any other tribe members, like, hey, we met with them. You don't need to attack them.
Yeah. I think, like, the way that you say it like that, I will give you the option of either doing a performance or a persuasion check.
Okay. They're both equally good. We'll do a performance check. Which one am I gonna roll? Okay. It's an 18.
18? Okay. Oh, it was close. It was real close.
That's low for me.
In our tribes, women are free to choose. It's up to you if you want the dangers of these woods or the comfort of our company.
How much comfort are we talking?
God. Katsuda have mate, but many. Kay, you like? You see, Kay is not keeping his eyes off Jet. Like has kept his spear down, but you can see he's like white knuckling it.
No, I'm not gonna do that yet.
That is up to many tribes.
Sure. If it's all right, we're a team. We make decisions together as one tribe.
You decide who you lay with together?
No, that's largely an individual opinion. I just sometimes.
Brandon, I gotta block out Brandon from my set.
I know.
Sorry. All right, this is serious. Okay.
Stop feeding it to me, and I'll.
If it's all right, I'd like to check with everyone to see if they would prefer.
That's so much worse.
Brandon,
That's
go
so
away.
much worse. 'Cause now I can just imagine it. All right, go ahead.
I would like to confer with the rest of my team if we would prefer to risk the woods or enjoy the company of you and yours for the evening. Just platonically.
Yes, you hear in your mind. What's platonic mean?
Oh, I missed Langton.
Yeah, you see him say yes no matter what to that. So it's kind of it's back.
So
You see
I'm
him
not.
kind
No, I will. I'm gonna like slowly turn around because I don't want to like turn my back on him, but like slowly turn
absolutely.
everybody. So
real quick, as he is pulling his people back, same thing. Kay is like just.
As he turns to walk away, I'm going to talk in his mind.
Okay. All right.
And I'm just going to say, next time, big boy, as he walks away.
He immediately grabs his spear and goes to like point out at you, and then a couple other people like kind of grab him back. You start hearing him shouting what you imagine to be expletives in your direction. You're muted.
Jet just waves and smiles, does the Cheshire Cat grin and just waves.
Okay. Just pulls back.
what the fuck did you do to him? He's swearing up a storm at you.
Good. I feel good now. That's the first time I've been able to be me, and I got somebody to back down. Oh my god, it's so exciting! I can't believe that just happened.
You see, back down. He is fighting furiously the two people that are holding him back.
That's a win for Jet. It's a win.
I love it. No, I love it. I'm with you.
And on that, Ianthe's like, cool, great, and they want us to come hang out tonight.
Oh.
So, Katsuda,
Tishin, you hear Alyssa in your ears. Just say the word.
Katsuda very graciously offered to host us for the evening. He says the woods can get particularly dangerous at night. What does everyone think? I mean, we'd have to be on our guard regardless.
Speaking as Prisha's. Well, I mean, I've lived in these woods my entire, most of my life.
This entire life.
Yeah. So I don't imagine there's anything here I haven't seen before. If that makes a difference in this.
I mean, they're willing to take us in with, and I mean no offense, but with Titian? Like, they're cool with that?
They did not seem to give Titian a second look, besides the idea of Titian being just a ferocious-looking figure.
They didn't particularly have an opinion about Titian one way or another. I mean, they love how, like, big, and they're impressed with that, but him being in the Onan doesn't really seem to have an effect on them. That one guy fucking hates Jet, though, I will say that, so that can
As Grian and Ianthe are talking, Titian would like to go back to where his sword is on the ground.
Titian, what are you doing?
Okay.
And does he get a sense that they're still watching him? Like,
oh yeah.
I guess he's wondering now that it feels like things are more cordial if he can pick up his sword or not.
I wouldn't.
Or is it still? Because like this is the question that Titian has in his mind is, and Matt has this in his mind. If we're going to eat dinner at their place tonight, it's not going to happen if we're not allowed to bring our weapons with us.
Right. I'll say from the other side, what it looks like is that you guys are grouping together to discuss whether or not you're going, and in that process, you're grabbing your weapon. So, in that regard, it's very suspicious. Yeah.
Okay.
Titian, let me talk to them before you grab any weapons.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, all right. I just thought we were. I mean, I thought we were just all cool now. Sorry.
No.
Sorry, y'all. Sorry, I didn't mean to. They can stay there for right now. It's
you
fine.
raise a hand.
We are not cool. We are not cool, Titian.
You raise a hand. You see one of them kind of like raise a hand in response. But the rest of them seem to have no other reaction to it. Yeah. So, like, overall, it's good with one of them, and the other one's indifferent.
If you want to piss them off, just take off your armor and show your arms and get all buff. And
he's not wearing armor.
Oh. We don't
puff up.
We don't want to piss them off.
But
Jet,
I do want to take my armor off with them.
Okay, but
see, Green gets it.
Jet, I haven't worn a shirt for 7 days. This is just how I am now.
Oh.
But sorry, this guy gets it over. Titian's going to point to the guy like with his hand up. He's going to go, this guy gets it. Yeah. All right, Ianthe, what's going on?
What should I tell them? Do we want to go stay with them, or do we want to risk the woods? I told them that it was a group decision.
I mean, I'm good in the woods, but we can always circle back around and say, hey, did they say anything about why we shouldn't stay in the woods? Is it dangerous, or?
Yes.
And there was also, like, we might not be able to alert the northern guards in time.
And there is...
Actually, I'm sorry, Ianthe had detect thoughts up. That's bullshit. Yeah.
I mean, does Ianthe
is the
convey all
woods being
that?
dangerous bullshit? Like, I'm assuming it's not, but...
No, it's definitely not. But Depression is like, it's not a factor. Yeah.
I mean, I'm cool if we want to go have dinner with them. It might make for an easier time here.
Grian.
I certainly don't want to make enemies of them by denying their hospitality.
I mean, do you think if we turn this down, we're going to make enemies with them?
I honestly have no idea.
No, but with Slagtan, like, once you were in Slagtan's book, like, you were cool, right? Like,
that is true.
You were there. So if we can do that with them, that might be in our favor.
It could be a good opportunity to try to find his family too.
Can I throw out a question out here to everybody? Do you remember when Bridget was talking to us like 2 days ago how there was also cannibals in this area? How sure are y'all that these aren't said cannibals? Just out of curiosity.
Oh,
I mean,
because the skulls are they're not human.
Mm-hmm. Well, my skull looks different than, let's say, Grian's does, so that doesn't fully answer that question.
That's a good point.
Yeah, so...
But most of their skulls are going to look more like Grian's than yours.
That's fair. So
Alyssa whispers, "Where's Adim?"
He's out rocking up.
I rolled a 3. She does not see you at all.
Did he ditch us?
You guys have heard the
stone,
stone stuff, things like that. Yeah, she just doesn't know where he is. Like, as you guys are talking in a group discussion, Alyssa's worried where Redeem is.
So,
as a child would be.
Right.
I'm just gonna put it out there. If I go into a town of a different tribe, it's gonna be a problem. I will probably get beaten to death.
Why? Hold on.
Why?
Why?
Because you can't show weakness.
So what have you been showing us this whole time? Then I guess.
Tissue.
Sorry, that was rude. I apologize. I'm sorry.
I mean, why do you
No.
Roll for damage.
Alyssa's right next to you. You hear Alyssa whisper, "Damn."
I'm sorry, Jet. I'm sorry.
No,
it's fine.
No, it's cool. It's cool.
No,
I'll remember that.
Oh man, I thought
Why
we were
don't
just.
you just not say anything to anybody?
Because then they can bully you. Then they're the ones that do it.
To be fair, there's like 500 of them and 5 of us. If they want to kill us, they'll do it. So either
between
way.
300 to 500, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Jet, do your people not have any like hospitality rules or like rules of like?
I didn't know what
guests?
that
How
word
to
meant
interact with
for
people?
a long time. We just talked through the way that we just talk that way. We just convey basic emotions and like simple things to each other. It's how I talk in everybody's head. That's just what we do. That's how we talk. And then we hunt, and then we fight. And if you're not the biggest one, you get all the bad stuff, and you get beaten, and it's not fun. That's why when I found magic, I was like, I can finally do something. And now I'm just like, now I'm back.
Speaking about finding magic, and I'm sorry if I didn't mention this earlier, I don't think we should be doing a lot of magic around here. They're probably not going to be fans of that.
No.
Or they'll think we're gods.
Oh, I'd be okay with that.
But most likely they'll try to kill us.
I'm less okay with that. Jet, do you think you can behave yourself for one night?
Ianthe, is Detect Thought still up?
It lasts for like a minute, so
I'll give it to you.
Maybe it's 10 minutes.
You see the one that is called K is right now currently imagining who is not wearing a helmet, is currently wondering what Jet's skull looks like.
I'm just.
Can I
You
behave
don't
myself?
think you can behave yourself.
Certainly no.
Even
you hear in his
though-
mind no. You hear in his mind no. It's silly, but he says certainly. Yeah.
I'll say this. As someone who was close with a family member of theirs, I'd really love to go talk to them. So if you could please hold it together for one night so that maybe some of us could get some closure on our friend, it'd be really appreciated.
I will do my best.
That's what I ask. And don't go near that other one. He really hates you.
Muted.
Oh, I am?
Or that didn't go through
You
our minds.
were, and now you're not.
Oh. I can take him.
He doesn't seem to think so.
Well, of course not. He doesn't know that I'm magical.
Okay, so are
Okay,
we
again,
are we dining with the
you need to
Hawkeyes or are we
behave
just going
yourself.
through the forest? We need to make
I
this
want to go.
decision.
I want to go.
All right.
Is Grian horngry? Is that the word?
I think it's been a minute and we need to decide what's happening.
Yes, I want to go,
Yeah.
but I want to make sure it's okay with everybody first. It sounds like most people are okay with it.
As long as they're okay with us carrying our weapons in, because like I'm not leaving our stuff behind. But
I will
as long as-
explain to them We need to bring our items with us.
Mm-hmm.
I may play up that they have some sentimental value.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see how that goes.
Mm-hmm.
But I will explain that we are bringing our items with us.
Adim whispers into his rock and says, "When would you like me to join you?"
Whenever you feel is appropriate.
If we're eating dinner with them, I don't want to surprise them in the middle of the first course.
I think I'll go ahead and take my rock out, and I'll just be like, Adim, I swear to God, just don't surprise them, please.
No matter what, I'm going to surprise them. Just depends when. Adim
Just be
will
standing behind Tishian. That's
Adim will walk close to the party.
Okay.
And as quietly as possible, drop his weapons.
Roll a d20 to set the DC for me.
That's not very nice.
I think there's a good chance that they see you.
Probably. 6.
Yeah, cool.
Oh, good.
Immediately, weapons kind of like drawn, but they don't move in formation as Katsuda immediately looks at Ianth, is like looking at Ianthi and looking at Adim.
And I walk up to the party and look at Katsuda and just put my weapons on the ground without a word.
Ianthi,
And then
you hear
in Primordial, I will say, "My apologies. I was acting as Vanguard and just caught up."
Ianthi, you hear, and I'll say this is the last thing before it kind of cuts off on that. You hear Katsuda go, in his head, say, "Impressive," as he just kind of does like a quiet nod. And they go back to where they were before.
Okay. At least we won't surprise them mid-meal. Okay.
My friends, it would be an honor to join you this evening. We thank you very much for your generous offer, and we'd love to come with you. We do request that we're allowed to keep our weapons near us. They're very special, very important. But we promise we mean no harm to you or your people.
You see, he's kind of detect thoughts is off. If you want to spend it again to do it, you can do it. But
yeah, I'll do it again.
Cool. This is somewhat difficult. We can keep them by your tent, but community meals strictly leave weapons behind, as we've had trouble amongst our own in the past.
So your people won't have weapons either?
Correct.
We shall strive to abide by local customs, of course.
I think I can convince leader for you to come in with them, assuming you put them in the tent that is provided for you.
I think we can be amenable to that.
You see him kind of like turn back to his troop, but then immediately kind of like moves towards you as you hear him like thinking what he says. No darkness. You hear darkness, and you hear it kind of like giving a like sort of so in translation, darkness would mean darkness, but it also you get kind of, I think with the detect thoughts you get the idea of it. He's saying magic.
Good to know.
Very good. Okay. Looks at a demon and goes, take Vanguard. And you see KS, they go to the back.
Okay. I point at my weapons, like eyebrows raised, and slowly go for them if I'm taking Vanguard and put them back on.
Oh, he's saying K, who is the smallest in the group, take Vanguard.
Take me.
No, not take you.
Oh, but
go to the back. He's saying go to the back. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll let him do that then.
Yeah. But yeah, you guys can pick up your weapons.
Okay.
And you are escorted with they are kind of grouped around you. Jet, I was just going to ask, what position do you take in this marching order?
Normally, Jet's at the back.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying.
Swear to God.
I would absolutely tell. Who could I trust with this?
And you did tell us that we can't use magic, correct?
I would have, yes.
Okay. So my message thing is not magic. It's just something my race does.
Above board,
I
you absolutely
that.
know it's the same thing, man.
Yeah, I know.
And I can create water, and it didn't freak out.
I can fly.
Yeah.
I mean, I can fly too. I have wings.
Yes. I would tell Titian. Can I have
Jet.
you watch Jet and keep him away from the one in the back?
Yeah, I can. And I'm going to purposely have this conversation a little bit away from Jet, or kind of like one-on-one with INT if I can.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'll babysit. I'll babysit him tonight. I'll stay close to him.
Thank you.
Does Kitsune ever get close enough to me where I can ask him a question easily?
Yeah.
We'll just wait. Before we start marching, I just say, would you prefer I stay here with the group or I join your vanguard? Like putting it in his
Oh. No, if you stay with the group. K
as you wish.
Young.
No, I I say as you wish. Basically, I'm giving him the power over me purposely,
Cool.
just in case something goes wrong later. So
I'm gonna hang. I'm gonna go towards like the back and walk a little bit in front of Kay, the vanguard, and just like look over my shoulder a little bit and make flirty eyes.
Okay.
I don't think he has eyes for you, INT.
I'm gonna say towards the front, but I'm gonna be like, hey Jet, Jet, let's walk together. Let's
Okay.
Why don't you walk up here with me and Alyssa and like kind of I don't know, just help me keep an eye on the rascal.
Jet narrows his eyes, but does so.
Yeah. And by rascal, I mean you, Alyssa. You know.
Okay. Cool. Anthony, you do so. You see a sort of fixed snarl that meets your eyes. It's not like he's specifically snarling at you, but he does not seem to accommodate your glances in any way whatsoever.
Green, you want to come take over?
And with that, you guys end up marching into the multi-tribe village of Massetti. And with that, we'll take our 10-minute break. We'll see you guys in 10.
So, Grian, what did you want to do?
I know. Where's
Oh, damn
everybody?
it, we're on live. I was going to say something. Whoop. You don't want to
warned
know
you
what Grian
guys
was.
if you hear me before
No,
we go live.
I just was like not thinking about it before I answered, but luckily I stopped myself.
That's all right. We got time. We're good. Cool. So as you all are escorted through the tribe of or through the village of Massetti, I would like perception checks from everybody. And we'll say as you're doing this, you know what? Forget the perception checks. What are you trying to focus on? And then I'll have you roll if it's something important. If you did, keep it if it's good. If not,
It wasn't that one.
let it go.
Adim is focusing on guard structures and defense.
Cool.
I'm going to focus on guard structures. No, I'm kidding.
You can too. We can both know the information.
I mean,
Yeah, this is.
we both
in
can know the
character.
information. I think Titian will be looking for exits and gaps in, fortification. Like noticing guards, but looking for possible exits if it should arise.
Okay.
A broken slat in the fence, or like boards or logs that are a little
There's no
bit
real fences here.
further
I mean,
apart
it is very like there's no fortification whatsoever besides the woods themselves. You kind of get the idea that the woods is the fortification around for intruders. You do notice. I'll say both of you notice as you guys are watching around. There are multiple sort of versions of these small sort of bridges between trees. You notice that there are just wooden sort of like spikes that have been driven into these trees to be able to kind of provide quick climbing up and down. But it is all very simplistic. Yeah. Cool. Anyone else? Or sorry, you said guards in there. I'd say for the, like to get the idea of like the number of guards, like things like that. There's a lot. I mean, you guys are kind of traveling through to the center of the village, so maybe either saying or rephrasing the question again to kind of just get an idea of like, is there something I can answer that wouldn't be like, yeah, there's a lot.
Just the defense is beyond the forest. Like if something comes in from the forest, what's the defense? What kind of guard structure they have protect themselves from the outside?
Yeah. Cool. That I can answer. Not a lot. Which I'll say Adim kind of gives you sort of a sense of two possibilities. Either excuse me, either that's something that has not been thought up in the time that they've been here, or, and you think this is more likely the case, pretty much everyone here, including the women and children, are trained for combat.
Yeah, they can themselves. They don't need a particular set of guards. So, okay, thank you.
Yeah. There are like figures that are like specifically set to be watchers in the idea of guards, but yeah.
I will make a note of those. Just a mental note of, okay, that's one of the watchers. Just so that way, if I see them later, I can differentiate.
Yeah. And those are mostly on the outskirts, sort of surrounding the village itself. And you see that they're all allowed to carry spears. So you see them. They're probably easier to catch because they're carrying weapons. You pick that up pretty quickly. Yeah. Anything else? And obviously, you guys can continue to kind of ask these as we go along, but this is kind of sort of venturing in the idea of as you guys are walking through. And here, I want to make sure that I get the specific things that you guys are questioning.
I think if we're going through and looking at the people, I'm probably just looking for anyone that looks like Slagtan to make a note of that. And it sounds terrible to be like, he was the redhead, so is it like a huge population to really guess from? But like that's kind of what that's really the only thing I know about him, of what, aside from the people in. Yeah.
Well, you know a little bit more than that. You know that he was most likely Morani, based on his abilities. I don't.
Yeah,
think
like
that's a hidden
aside
thing.
from that, but that's like a group of people versus like something specific that
Right.
I'm looking for.
Yeah. Yeah. Give me a. Give me a. Give me a perception check for that.
I rolled a 14, so 19.
Okay. Cool. Keep that number handy right now in this process as you go through. You don't notice anything. Most of them seem to be a little bit like a little tanner, like honestly, like above board, kind of taking that sort of like Native American sort of look that you've noticed that Slagtan has, like more of a almost. There's not a lot of like. There's not a lot of like figures here that have like deep set wrinkles, and if they do, they look to be like ancient, sort of elderly. Yeah. Cool. So, as you are moving through, you guys, anything else? I'll make sure you get a lot. Anthony or Jet, anything you guys are particularly looking for?
Jet is looking for the smallest person around and seeing how they're treated.
Okay. Interesting. So, I mean, there's a lot of children here.
Not like that, but like from his perspective, the person that would most resonate with him as he's going through.
You're gonna have to give me more than that.
So, like, are there, like, who's the runt? You know what I'm saying? Not necessarily a child, but like, who's the runt? How are they being treated? Are they being pushed around? You know, that kind of thing as well.
Okay, cool. Give me a nature check.
That is a 30 with a natural 20.
Ooh.
Okay, cool. It will take you until you guys kind of get to the center of where they're like kind of offering you to like kind of give your tent. But as you're kind of like eyeing through around, there are a lot of like figures that are like somewhat thinner or out of shape, but they all seem to look older, and I mean like retirement older sort of thing. Like the idea of like they're they still are like have like some sort of muscle tone. Everyone's here is no one here is completely naked, but there is a sincere lack of clothing amongst most of the villagers here, and you get kind of a sense of like, besides all that, so far, you know who the runt is.
No, it's K. It's K because he's the
K.
young one. Yep.
Yeah. Cool. So yeah, and so with that, so as you guys are walking through, you notice that there is a lot of glances, and there are a ton of eyes on you in your direction, venturing from looks of surprise, both positive and negative. There's a couple that are looking in a very clear, like, if you're keeping like detect thoughts up.
As long as I can, but that's probably going to be my last one because I'm running out of spell slots.
Yeah, fair enough. You guys, like, you're noticing there's a lot of like, there's a lot of sort of who dares like disturb us here, sort of thing. A lot of questioning sort of looks. You get the idea they don't get a lot of visitors here in Massetti. There are a number of large sort of like yurts and huts and things like that are around, some of which are have some very like interesting sort of sounds and smells coming from them. A lot of it, you get a like passing by one of the tents, you immediately get this smell of like rotting flesh, that is extremely pungent, and you hear the sound of what sounds like a multiple sort of you hear these like large bestial sort of sounds coming from one of the huts. That sounds like there might be like some livestock in there, but on a like could be like the sound of like they sound somewhat like pig-like, so it could be like boars or some things like that. And you notice that there are a couple of figures that are looking at you as if they expected you. These figures look noticeably a little bit different than Katsuda or the rest of them. They have actually, I'm so sorry. They look somewhat like Katsuda in the idea that they actually have like bones kind of like represented around their bodies and things like that. And I'll say everyone here who's like specifically focusing on that, give me a medicine check.
I would have picked up on that. No, am I good at medicine? No.
I rolled
18.
18?
Yeah. Yeah, we're doing good tonight.
Matt?
8.
8. Okay. Well, Anthony, as you say, I'm doing good tonight. You recognize that the figures that seem to not be surprised that you're here, the bones that are represented around, like mostly like kind of like running down the arms, but a couple like kind of draped around the neck. They look human bones.
Oh, fuck.
So good job. There are a couple that immediately like their surprise sort of stops, and you see them like kind of like stop in place. You see like a couple of what look to be like female tribe members who are carrying baskets immediately kind of like drop them and immediately get down on their hands and knees as you all pass.
Does it seem like they're doing so because of Prisha?
It seems like they're doing so because of Prisha.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask, how people were like reacting to her.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah,
that answers that.
Yeah, and she, I don't think this is off book to say. I think Prisha just kind of does like a sort of like a kind of calm sort of nod. You can tell like inside she's like very confused on what to do. As you kind of get that sort of vibe as it get closer. And so as you guys are getting closer in, there is I would like anyone here who's decent at religion or nature. No, I'll say religion or investigation.
Could we make an argument for Arcana?
No.
Well, I'm bad at both of
I mean,
those,
you can
so
make
never
one.
mind. My argument being, I'm very good at it.
He was good at neither, so we'll bow out.
I'm having trouble hearing you, Jack. Now you're muted.
I'll press the right button. He was good at neither, so I will just watch the defenses.
Okay.
I got a 23 with either one. I think Jet, being from the sort of like background of this, I think he would do religion in this case for like the tribalism part of it, rather than investigation.
You got it. Yeah. So as you sorry. I went to a different thing.
And that didgeridoo is going at it. That's all I'm saying.
Is it too loud? Let me know if it's too loud.
No, it's great. It's just I'm sitting here going like, oh, I'm playing Legend of Zelda again. You know what I'm saying?
You notice that you start to notice with a anyone else roll?
I got +0 to both of them. I'll roll, but I got +0.
Well, I'll tell you what this is for. This is for sort of determining the differences between the tribes.
Sure. If no one else wants to, I'll roll. I'll roll investigation just to balance out Jet's religion. 14.
Okay, cool. 14's not really enough to be able to distinguish too much, as you see a lot of bones and it's a high roll to kind of like figure this out. But you notice that there are like a lot of figures that are wearing bones. They all seem to have like somewhat similar sort of features, like racially. But Jet, you notice, and obviously you can relay this information at some point. Jet, you noticed that in the conversation that Prisha had revolving around the differences in the tribes, you noticed that the figures that seem to be wearing bones and having more of a sort of an air of a like spiritualistic sort of like calmness, like almost like priest-like in a way. You venture a guess that this is most likely the Naquari. Ianthe would be able to kind of confirm that based on the idea of what their bones most likely sort of relate. So Naquari are the ones
cannibals.
that do have cannibalistic rituals, we'll say.
Are we like being escorted?
Yes.
Okay, never mind then.
You do not. Actually, I'll say the Karunari. You see are also wearing bones, but they're also they're kind of like there seems to be more of an acceptance of. First off, most of them seem to be in awe of Prisha, their presence is a little bit more on the realm of, if there was any sort of class system built around here, the Karunari would be more commoners, so like lower middle class.
So is that what Jet looks like with the like Prisha tied like bones to his horns? So does he fit more into that thing?
I mean, you look like a dragonborn. That's the first thing they see.
That's fair, but I do have bones, so I look on the lower side of it, though, right? Just like
if they were to look at the religious sort of iconography around you, yes, they would assume. I mean, no one would assume you're Karunari.
Fair.
And then, so would you roll a 22?
23.
23. You notice sort of variations between the two sort of thing, but you don't notice any of them necessarily that have any like heavy. You've seen Morani, you've seen Gavrot and the others. You don't notice any of them that seem to match that description.
So like that tribe is not a part of this. Is that what you're saying?
All I am saying is what I'm saying.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you're not entirely sure. Cool. I'll make sure I handle all of that. You see as they're like, because this is sort of like it's about maybe 4 to 5 o'clock, so we're like the sun is just about to like start setting. So you see that there are children that are kind of like running around. They're basically just wearing straight up loincloths, looking to like kind of like playing with sticks, but like truly just acting like children. Playing with what looks to be like sort of like wooden sort of figurines that are carved out. You notice that one of them, as you pass by, seemed to kind of throw like a bunch of bones on the ground near you, and a couple others that kind of like run over to look and see. Lastly, you guys notice that what you would Jet, what you would determine to be all looking like Naquari. That makes a lot of sense. You see what looks to be a procession that is passing, and they actually Katsuda and the rest of them kind of hold you all up as they pass by, and you see there's a large sort of amount of furs and everything that is being held up above the heads of a small procession walking by. You assume, I would say, that in those furs and whatever looks to be most likely a body. Actually, no, I'm so sorry. They are not Naquari. They look to be more Karanari. And then a couple of people kind of seem to be they're kind of pushed out of the way from the guards. You see a couple people seem to try to hand you things as you're passing by. They look to be anything from food to one person has this sort of this large sort of smoking sort of torch that they're kind of waving around you, but in every case the guards kind of making sure they're keeping their distance away.
Do I get the sense that it's like a trade? They give you something, you give them something?
It's hard to tell. They don't get to give it to you.
Oh, okay, fair.
Yeah, but it could be. And then finally, you are escorted to a tent. As you are there, you see an older woman. Looks to be looking at from the bones that are kind of dangling around her hair. Kind of give you more of a Karanari work. An above board Karanari worship Ostial, Naquari. Cannibalistic rituals, and the Marani is more like Slagtan's group, so very animalistic. I want to make sure that's as clear as I can get.
I have it written down.
Cool. That can be pretty dang confusing. Okay. The tent opens, and you see an elder woman that is giving very much a Karanari sort of vibe, as you see sort of hair that is kind of marked down into dreads that you see is thinning at the top. You see that she is dressed in rows and rows and rows of beads and what you assume to be some sort of religious iconography. You see her coming to you with clasped hands, and she is going to address you all. Hello. My name is Eri. E-R-I, Eri.
E-R-I, thank you.
And she is speaking in common or a tongue
She
that
is
we all
speaking in
understand.
common. Yes.
Oh, good for her.
Trying to make a mid-journey as we go along, but we'll see where we get there. Welcome. Please remove your belongings and weapons in the tent, please.
All of our belongings, or
You may keep your clothes.
okay? I just wanted to make sure. And
Don't hold your breath. I don't know how long they'll stay on.
I will place my knife on the table, or on the ground, or wherever they're having us do that. Because really, I pull my packed weapon out of like a dimension. Like I can't get rid of it.
Right.
So
Yeah, I know that. You're good.
Jed's gonna take off his robe and put it down, and then put down all of his other stuff, I guess.
Okay. I'll say this, the simpler answer is like, is there anything you guys don't put away?
Adim will comply.
Okay.
I guess Titian will comply.
All right.
Except I will still remain. I'm going to keep my rings on.
Okay.
And my amulet. So I'll drop my shield and my saber.
Yeah, may I
weapons and
assume
such on.
jewelry isn't questioned?
It doesn't look like jewelry is questioned. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll keep that. And then,
The big question is, do I leave Codex?
I can't answer that.
Well, are you gonna, if you're putting your stuff down, including your robe, are you just gonna carry the giant book around?
Well, it's got its own holster. But
Roll
it's a
for
book. It's not a weapon. Yeah, that's fair.
If you roll below a 10 or below, you'd leave them.
I rolled a 1. He takes them off and puts them in the robes and like ties it together.
You take your robes off?
Yes,
I'm
takes his robes
only-
off. He's just wearing pants. Like he's just got pants on.
They were already
Okay.
off to begin with. I think you just like
I dig it.
untied them from around his
But he like tied it around his waist, and now he's taking it off, and he's like showing all of his like not super strong, but you know,
because like that's what you did to piss Kay off.
yeah, he's definitely looking the part of someone who knows a little bit enough to know like he's from a different tribe from somewhere else. Is what's going on here.
Gotcha. Okay.
I'm only getting rid of my dagger. That is it.
What about your like bag?
Oh yeah, I mean I guess I'll put that down. But that's like the only yeah.
Oh, do you want me to? Do they want me to leave my bag of holding? The bag of holding, Joe?
Yeah. They just said just clothing. Leave your
Okay.
belongings and your That's the.
I will drop the bag of holding as well.
Ooh, okay.
It's gonna be hard to cast spells, huh, guys?
Well, I've got Danzig in my pocket, so, but he's technically in like a smaller bag.
It's all right. Some kid will find him.
Yeah,
I'm going to
that's
say,
fine.
just for the sake of like simplicity, the idea of like pockets in this is going to work the same way because there might be people that just don't have pockets because they don't want to have a fantasy. Of
Oh, he's
them
in like
having
a
pockets.
he's in like a small bag on my side. Is where I keep it.
I hate to be a stickler, but that would still count
Right. As pockets or as a bag?
as a bag.
Okay. I will put my bag down with the stuff.
Do you want to put it in the bag of holding?
Yeah, because they don't know it extends anywhere, and the bag should fit in the bag. We'll be fine.
Yeah. Bag in the bag. Donzig's still in his own little dimension of safety.
Yeah,
Shouldn't be
he's-
an issue with the
He's
bag of
in the
holding.
box in my pouch, so I'll put the pouch in the bag.
In the
Okay.
worry of like the bag of holding, like alternate dimension, it has to be a bag of holding or a portable hole going into a bag of holding.
Right.
So like any other variation of that is
No,
fine.
my thought is being like, oh, let me take my sword and shove it in this bag that's
Well.
for it. Just like.
She
My-
doesn't join
my-
you in the tent. You guys are kind of alone in the tent.
Yeah, I don't know. I was also worried about Donzig being able to breathe, but I'm assuming if he can breathe in the one, he can breathe in the other. It should be okay.
Yeah. I appreciate the question, but yes.
When you get a minute, Joe, can you look at what I sent you? Just real quick. Just
All right,
thumbs up,
cool.
thumbs
All
down.
All right, cool. So he's in the bag. Stuff's down. We're all good.
Yeah.
Cool.
I cannot read
Tissue.
that, but
Let's go party.
Okay, I have a spell that makes a weapon, and then I have a spell that requires a weapon worth 1 silver. Can I use that weapon that I cast a spell to make?
what do you use to cast your spells?
It says verbal and somatic for Shadow Blade, and Steel Wind Strike just says that it
But
uses
you're-
a melee weapon that costs at least
You're a
1 plus
wizard.
silver.
You're a wizard.
Yes.
What's your arcane focus?
Ooh, that's a good point. It's probably Codex, isn't it?
That's
Oh, yeah,
what I
Jet's
see.
got Codex with him. He can't leave it behind then. No,
Okay.
I rolled a 1. I'll play. It's fine. I rolled a 1.
All right. She is first off, kudos to Midjourney on this. This was about what I was thinking on this. You see, as you exit, she is. So it looks like everybody's complying above board, right?
Correct.
Right.
Thank you. We are all very excited to have you join us for eating. This way. It kind of like walks ahead and leaves. As you are walking away, you notice that Katsuda is not following you all. So anything you guys want to say to him now, you certainly could.
I mean, the only people that can talk to him are those that speak primordial, assumingly.
Yeah.
So, you know. Assuming Ianthe kept the gem of translation on her for this.
Yeah, I'm hanging on. Yeah, I'm hanging on to that.
We'll do a thing here.
Yeah.
She is yeah, okay, cool. She will look at you and look at the rock.
I apologize if it's a little magical, but it helps me speak to you. Unfortunately, I missed primordial class in school. If that's all right.
Persuasion check.
Okay. No. Hold on. 21.
She looks at you and goes, rock of your ancestors you keep close, correct?
Yes. Very close.
Very unlikely much damage be done from rock.
No. It only helps.
While we have her here, I just want to ask a couple questions.
She's following, so or
Okay.
you're following her. So
Okay.
she seems to be the leader that's following you, and you're losing Katsuda, and assumedly Kay.
Good. I just want to know what's the celebration for? The feast?
Good hunt.
Okay. Is this a thing where people are giving out things and you return? Like you trade gifts?
That is up to you to decide. Most of the villagers here would assume you give something in return. Considering everything but what is on you, that might be difficult.
Chet starts pulling off a couple scales.
Okay. Honestly, you're doing that as she's walking away because you're doing that like right in
Yeah,
front of her.
it's like, yeah, okay. Well, they're giving bones. I'm gonna give skin. I mean,
Yeah.
this.
Cool.
As we walk away, Joe, Tishian's going to be on the lookout for people that are interested in the tent. So, like, people that might be. He's concerned people are going to go in there and mess with our things.
Okay. You notice that. That's interesting. I like that a lot. Cool. So Katsuda and Kay are hanging back. Tisha, you don't see necessarily anyone eyeing the tent, but there is a point of like recognizing. Okay, also no one is guarding the tent. So you can bring that up if you'd like.
What was her name again, Joe? Eri?
Eri. Eri. E-R-I.
Eri. Excuse me, Ms. Airy?
Yes.
Yeah, is our things gonna be alright over there? Or should one of us stay behind to just keep an eye on them, or do y'all got like maybe a person that stands like guard over? I'm just worried that a kid might get in there and cut themselves on one of our things, you know?
Of course. Katsuda. And you immediately start to hear language spouted off. You hear, you don't hear any response to Katsuda. You see just Katsuda just kind of like nods. And then you hear, K. And you see K. Here's K, by the way. Also, Midjourney, amazing job. Good job. This is exactly how I pictured K.
Oh, God damn
I
it.
just need to point out that if he touches Codex, it would probably attack him. I'm just saying, and he would be going through my stuff. I'm just saying.
We're
Sorry, you
here,
said that
man.
was K?
That was and is and will continue to be K, assumedly.
Okay.
You see,
Ones.
yeah.
So
I heard an
the areas that am I to take it that Kay's gonna be watching our stuff then?
Katsuda trusts, so I.
Alright, that's fair. Just make sure that the there's no, you know, we just don't want. Like I said, I don't want a kid to get in there and accidentally cut themselves. It's we got dangerous stuff with us that we're leaving in there. It just needs to be treated with respect, I guess, for that sake.
Meseti guards train for most of their lives. Admittedly, not much for K. But Katsuda trust, I trust.
Why do you say not much for Kay?
Oh,
Chet
small.
would pipe in here and go, he's the same as I was. And then not say anything else.
Oh, he's part dragon. Is that what you're saying?
Dragon. Oh, no.
Please.
Small years.
So
Oh,
not in regards to height, but he's young.
he's young. Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay. Kay, I'm sorry, Kay, that you were so young. And like Tisha's just gonna like
You see K
talk
just like
weirdly
staring
loud.
back. Doesn't catch it, like doesn't get any of that. But does hear K. So it's
Yeah.
like kind of looking your direction.
Tisha's just gonna be like, hey, it's good. It's good. Thumbs up, positive vibes.
About how old does Kay look?
Roll me a nature medicine check.
Oh, good lord. Okay.
medicine check for age. Yeah, right?
Okay, medicine. Well,
Sure.
medicine is. Wow. Joe, I rolled a nat 20 on my medicine check.
How old the guy is.
So I want to know when the boy's birthday is.
Man, so we either.
Moon side, what's his rising sign?
So I will definitely tell you. The interesting thing is, why do you know for sure? You feel pretty damn confident that K is about 19.
Okay. I will. Because that's how I think. Isn't that how old I am? Hold on. I want to see. I think that's how old Adim is. Maybe not. But where is he? Yeah, he's 19. So in Primordial, I'll look over at him and just loud enough so that Kay can hear it, I just say, "Oh, my age," and
Okay.
And the reason I do it is because of the impressive comment about me vanguarding. Just
Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, I'm with you. That's cool.
Man, what a rough 19 years team has that compared to
That's
Kay.
cool. No, I like that a lot. You see, I think Kay is staring at you as you like turn to walk away. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's it. I just a little bit of love his way and Keep going.
Beautiful. That's great. Cool. You guys enter into what looks to be a sort of central part of the village itself. You see a bonfire that kind of seems to be most likely something that is always burning. That is like always sort of running. In the center is about 10 feet in diameter around. You notice that there is above it, like sitting very high above it, about probably like 20 feet in the air, is this very large spit roast with this this massively large creature that is about it's about maybe about 13 or 14 feet long. Looks without any checks, looks something like a very large panther. Anyone who wants to roll a nature check certainly can. On that,
I don't know if it'd be nature. I'll throw a check just to see if it looks Leonin-esque.
Cool.
Without a check, is it pretty clear that it's not a humanoid?
It's definitely not humanoid.
Then
Yeah, like I said, like it looks something like a
I
panther.
want to make sure.
It does a cat-like, yeah.
Nat 20. Woo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. Nat 20.
I would
for a total of 20. Just so
Yeah.
you know.
Cool. I would like you to tell us why you know 100% that is a moorbounder.
Oh.
Why is it moorbounder?
So a moorbounder is essentially a giant panther with like tusks coming out of its mouth going out to the side.
Okay. One more question before I tell you how I know this.
Yeah.
Are they common, or is this more of a mythical type creature?
Definitely not mythical. You probably haven't seen one in Hasamal, but they are prevalent in forests that are around here. Typically kind of like dealing more like closer to like swamp sort of areas. But apparently they travel north.
All right. Tishy knows about moorbounders because when he was a young kid and involved with athletic contests within Hasamal, his actual, basically the equivalent of his high school rugby team was called the Moorbounders.
Oh God! All right.
So, and it doesn't have to be rugby, Joe, but it could be like anything sort of contact sport
Does that
that's
be
in that realm.
cool?
We don't have to create rugby in this realm, but like his athletic sports team in his school were the mighty Moorbounders. And
You guys
so
want
he
to put kids
kinda-
on bikes or something?
Do you want me to come up with something? Hey.
No, it's okay.
but
I will
yeah.
say also to put a, if I may put just a little
Please.
realistic spin. I love that. Let's say that there was some sort of contact sport that was made that was definitely not rugby, but it was built to be able to like kind of like incorporate camaraderie and competitive like spirit and things like that.
Yeah.
They you guys called yourself the Moorbounders. Okay, the I gotta say that the idea of Leonin
Yep.
choosing a name for another cat-like creature.
A badass giant cat with tusk. You just said. I mean,
I guess it's similar to like I guess it's similar to like us calling a team name the Indians. I guess I guess that makes sense.
I don't know if it'd be like that. Because that's problematic. I think it'd be like.
I mean, what's
Yeah.
problematic about it is not the point I'm trying to make clearly here. Like it's Spartans,
I kind of
whatever.
Spartans. Yes, yeah. I kind of see Spartans or like the Knights, something like that. Yeah, it's like Leonin, but it's powerful and it's natural. That's where I'm going. That's where I was coming from.
I love it. Also, just a small thing. I think it would be something too that would be in your. Oh God, what's the?
Like, I think it would be like, you know how in A Knight's Tale, how there were sigils with like different like those old English lions and things like that. Like in Awesome, there's similar things there, but they're more bounders.
It's not Chakan. What's the name of your there's a Colosseum like thing.
Oh, Shakur.
Yeah.
Shakur. I did think about doing that as it was a part of like the fighting pits.
They would absolutely be a part of that. Yeah. I think that makes a lot of sense. Which is why it felt fitting for a team name. Cool. Yeah, so you see it as a giant moorbounder. Moorbounders, incredibly hard to kill. They're extremely fast. There are like stories of figures that are not Leonin because they're a little too big, but like smaller figures have like been able to teach more like to be able to train moorbounders to ride on them.
Ooh.
So,
interesting.
So they're similar to like. Yeah, they're able to be trained in a way, but yeah.
When we get to the Find Greater Steed spell, we'll just do one of those with the wings on it.
There you go. You got it.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So Titian is just sort of looking there at awe and going like, "Man, it's kind of similar to what I've seen in the past." Oh. Okay. And he's just sort of like examining it while everything else is going on.
Cool.
With the party, I think, right now.
You see a figure kind of come up as it's being slow roasted. That seems to be on a how would they do this? I would say there's probably like sort of like a tower that is built right over the fire pit that is just sort of sturdy enough for a figure to be able to stand there and continue to work, like check it and like work with it and things like that. That figure seems to be you see them wearing what looks to be some sort of like ceremonial sort of headdress. You get the idea that it's like a high honor to be able to essentially be the chef of this. There are multiple stumps that are laid out around. You see that there's about maybe like 20 in all that are around, and there's like two sets of them. And you see Eri kind of like motions for you to pick a stump.
I pick a stump, and I pick the stump next to Jack.
Cool. I pick whichever stump. I'm not picky. Wherever.
You got it. Yeah. You guys sit down. Anyone sitting like close to Eri?
I'll sit close to her.
I will too.
Is it just us and Eri?
So far.
I'll sit on the outside edge of the group, just so I can be close to anybody else who might come in.
Okay, makes sense. Yep. There is a like kind of like a sort of like a twinge of possible annoyance at Deem as you recognize that you are actually like, because you are first coming, you like they have offered you to be able to sit at the closest place from where you came in, which means that your back would be towards the people that would be coming in behind you.
Oh, that's sad. But if they're directing me to sit somewhere, then I sit where they tell me.
Yeah, and honestly, like you could like continuously sort of like turn. I think it's just like a thing of like. Well, I get that this is like a guest of honor sort of thing, but this sucks for me because I can't.
I also have blind sight, so I'm gonna know they're behind.
Yeah, there you go. That's true.
So I was hoping to. There's another reason, but it's so tiny it doesn't matter. I'll sit where they tell me.
Okay.
I'm not trying to throw them off.
I think Prisha. Man, I think above table, Prisha would probably be dealing with a lot of like weird, heavy sort of emotions around here, of like feeling like there's a lot of praise here, to something that she doesn't know she can live up to. So I think she's like sitting and just trying to remain as still as possible. Alyssa sits in your lap, Ianthe.
Yep. I just sort of hold on to her.
Is this young one yours?
My sister.
I see. Sister looks different than you.
Yeah. I knocked my mic over.
She's out. She's gone.
Bye. You're right. Never mind.
You saw through my disguise. Forget it.
Ah, shit. No.
Who is this random woman?
Different fathers. It's a sore subject.
Ah, I see. How old?
Do you want to tell her how old you are?
I am 6 3/4.
The 3/4 is really important.
I see. So, about 9 moons?
Yes.
You see her kind of give a little bit of like an uncomfortable sort of like thing at that, and she just kind of pushes it aside. What brings you so far north?
We met up with Prisha,
Leech.
who, the horned one over there. Shit. We met with her, and she invited us to accompany her back to her home. Back to her family, her circle.
I see. There is many that consider the horned one to be a. I kind of like leans in away from Precious. A prophetess, sort of spiritual guide for them before they cross over. I have to admit, I was never quite sure. The prophetess seems somewhat small, no?
They say that big things can come in small packages.
Who says this?
It was something my mother always said to me when I was small.
Well,
Perhaps she said it to make me feel better, I'm not sure. I've never seen the prophetess encounter someone about to cross over, but I have seen her complete a number of great deeds.
great deeds, miracles.
Something like that.
Hmm.
And she's very kind and generous to those around her.
You seem to, and kind of like looks at Grian at this as well. You seem to view her as an equal in your party.
Well, perhaps a bit. She invited us to accompany her as her friends. not as her subservience.
This is highly irregular for someone of such a spiritual renown, no?
Perhaps, but it could speak to her genuine greatness that she doesn't feel the need to lord it over others.
Very strange in all respects. If there is something that I should be doing in showing my servitude, would you please let me know?
I will. And if there's anything we should be doing to showing our respect, please tell us.
You are guests. Just enjoy and feast.
We are honored to do so. Is there anything we should know about what to expect tonight, other than a great feast?
You both are have very interesting skin. Fair skin, blue skin.
Yes.
Very, probably be considered very attractive to many of the figures in the tribe. I would imagine that you are not. Do you have mates?
Oh,
No, no.
no.
Is she referring to Adim?
No.
No, it's me and Green.
Yeah.
Okay,
Just
well,
these
they
two.
mentioned the skin, so that's why I was like, okay.
Yeah.
He's all glowy and dewy.
Perhaps you find the person you're looking for here. Most of us would consider that to be a great honor in the group.
Look at Green. I think we could work with that.
Alyssa gets off your lap. Walks over to Adim. Sits on his lap.
Ooh, first up there, Chelsea. We are actually looking for some people, if you think you could help with that.
I can try, of course.
We're looking for the family, while we're here, looking for the family of a friend of ours.
Yes.
Oh God, I don't know what's gonna happen. His name was Slag10. He
Titian, you notice Eri kind of turns just slightly, looking in your direction. Actually, Adim, if you pick up Alyssa and kind of like take her off, she just kind of like huffs and puffs and then kind of like walks over to Titian and sits on his lap.
Oops. Okay. Go ahead.
he died, and we just thought that they should know.
Ah. So the last of the tribe is gone.
The last of the tribe.
Yes. There was... Looks again at Titian. An incident many years ago. We have only recently fully recovered in recognizing that it was best for us to band together in those events. The Morani, as your Slaktan was associated with were all extinguished.
Okay.
They were all killed.
Butchered would be the term I use.
It's horrible.
Yes.
Well, we're sorry for the loss of all of that knowledge and of that culture. He was very brave and a good friend.
That he was. Before he left, I may have been the last one to talk to him, as he vowed to set out and avenge whoever took away his family. I tried to convince him that his family would always be here, and that he could choose he could choose a mate here to allow the bloodline to continue. He was not in the state of accepting that.
Joe, sorry, I feel like I'm trying to jump in where I'm not interrupting you.
No,
but as she's looking at me, I would love to throw an insight check to discern if it's more of a sadness that she's expressing, or if it's more of a rage that she's suppressing.
I don't think it's either. It's recognizing that this might be something that you would have a reaction to.
So she's checking out. She's trying to see she's trying to gauge my reaction or anything.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. So I think like in a very sort of like elder like manner, she does not seem to harbor any sort of ill will to anyone that she doesn't know. So that's what she seems like, at least. You can insight check to kind of like get more of a read than that, but I would say right now, surface that level, that's what you kind of catch.
Titian, in this moment, as I've been picturing this, Titian is just really hanging on her words, but he is absolutely listening, not talking right now. Yeah. So he's just trying to really figure out, and I don't have to throw a check, but he's just really, he wants to sort of be in this moment with this person.
There's a like weird sort of thing that like you guys are somewhat sort of separated, but if you had a question, she would probably turn in her chair, or like if anyone wanted to say anything, she would turn and address you. So it's just that Ianthe and Green are the easiest, like sort of like closest sort of spots. Jet, I will say, in this moment you see a woman come up to you with like two long sort of braids along the sides. She's probably like varying in age, probably somewhere between 20 to 30 years old. Very like conventionally attractive, and just kind of comes up to you and goes, "May I touch?"
Jet nods. He's like, "Sure," and just kind of like lifts his arms awkwardly.
You gleam like the water.
Jet will pick off one of his scales and hand it to her, and like point it towards the fire so that it like you can see through it and see kind of like the reflections.
Mm-hmm. And you hand it to her?
Yeah.
She takes a bead from her hair and hands it to you.
Jet will take it and he will put it up there with some of the bones that Prisha gave him. He doesn't. I mean, this is as close to like.
Yeah, this is good. No, I'm with you. Like, there's no way. I love Nathan playing into Jet. I rolled to see if Eri catches that, and she didn't. So that's good. She goes very like red in the face and kind of like nods. Enjoy the feast. She walks off.
Okay. As soon as she's gone, Jet's just gonna look around like, man, these people are really nice. And he's gonna look at Eri and he's gonna say, is there a like in my tribe we had some that would see events, like spiritual leaders that would see events through bones, and he like basically is saying like rolling the bones for things, and he's it basically, do you have that here, and could I have a reading?
Oh,
as respectfully as he can be, you know. It's
yeah.
very...
You absolutely can. There are both tribes offer a similar sort of thing for that, so that would be completely up to you. The degree on their effectiveness is respectfully even. You see a look in her eye that is very clearly does not believe what she's saying.
Which would you prefer?
If I were to choose from my tribe, it would be someone from the Kedernari tribe.
Okay. And that's the same, like that's the same one that Prish is a part of, right? Above board. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, and you're saying this over Prisha, who like, yeah. I think like Prisha's kind of like, well, I mean, I'd do that a little bit.
But you've never offered, you know. That's what's going through Jet's mind. He would look at Ari and be like, "Do you do that, or is there someone else that you would recommend?"
No, but my daughter does. I will find her for you.
Okay.
Or stay here. She gets up and walks off.
Jet smiles an actual, genuine smile this time, and it looks even more hideous than his other one.
Beautiful. Okay, cool. So you guys kind of have a time of like, you assume. I say it's safe to assume, besides the woman that came up to you, Jet, and Eri, it's safe to assume that most people here would not understand what you're saying if you were talking. So anything you guys want to talk about as a group at this moment?
So did anybody see that lady? She was so nice. And Jet's just going to go off on how like nice everybody's being, and how like this feels like home, but he's accepted for once. And he's like at the edge of having a breakdown at how happy he is, but he's trying desperately to hold it in. Jet is turned into a chihuahua shaking right now. That's how happy he is.
I think to counterbalance that joy, Tishian is white as a ghost right now. He has absolutely just taken this Aries words and like those sly jabs, and he's just sitting there with Alyssa on his lap and just quiet and very still in this moment.
Well, Alyssa's kind of sharing that.
Well, at least now they know. I'd say
Jet's gonna talk into whoever's head. He's gonna desperately not speak out loud in case somebody can.
Let's pause because Brandon was speaking.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
No, that was it. I was like, at least now they know.
Okay, cool.
He'll just go one at a time, I guess. But he'll say, "Didn't we meet some of the people like his tribe, and they're not part of this one, right? Like outside on like last night, we just met some of them, and they think they're all dead. So, what's up with that? That's all. Just what's up with that?
Maybe they think they're dead, or Maybe because they don't live here, they're like not a part of the tribe, you know?
Prisha would know this answer, but to kind of make things a little more kind of like flavored to people that are here, go ahead and give me a history check. I'll say DC 11.
Why is it all the smart stuff?
The stuff that I get a +9 to.
I have a
That's-
+1.
That's a 26.
Nice.
It's an 8.
Hey. Cool. So say for this is something that actually Prisha has like mentioned before, but has always kind of like knocked it in a way of like she's regurgitating what she's learned from Dead Mother Yudras. So there's a lot of things that there's a possibility that Prisha would not like think about too much in reference to what in what's happening here. The Morani are known as they were the original sort of defenders of Massetti. So I think Jet, with a ridiculous role, you get the idea of like Gavrot and the others probably are defending the city, but in their way.
Okay. So everything's going well so far. So we're just gonna stay here for the night and then keep going?
Yeah,
Sure.
Sure.
Do we need, like, can we bubble? Like, it's going to be weird not being in a dome for once.
I don't know if that's the best idea. They don't love magic. It's
Yeah,
not
I
the kind
kind
of
of
magic
got.
I do.
Yeah, that's fair.
So a large bubble might be a bit of a giveaway.
Plus, we might not all be in the same tent. That's Alyssa.
Hi, where are you going?
Yeah,
Lovely.
Jet's just gonna kind of nod and like. Wait, no, Jet wouldn't pick up on it. No.
I think you guys might not be picking up on the thing that's actually happening with Alyssa.
Oh no, she's totally pissed
No,
that
I got it,
yeah.
but Jet doesn't
no.
get it.
Yeah.
I mean, if I like, do we do the buddy system? Because, like, if the opportunity to partake in the local cuisine comes up, I might, just dine and dash. But
Alyssa looks at Ianthe at that.
Yes, I think we should have our buddies.
girl, she mad at you.
I know she is.
I call Ianthe.
I think that's fine. I think that's fair.
Well, if we're calling people, I want a Deem to have my back. What are you talking about? That's the safest you'll ever be.
I don't know about that, but
Chelsea, is that the? Am I literally blocking your RP and doing that?
No.
Okay. All right.
No, I'm fine.
I think it was more of
No,
like
that was Ianthe
gracious
rubbing
of
her
you to
eyes.
offer.
Yeah. I just want that is what the NPC would do here, but I don't want to keep the player from being able to run as a player.
No, I'm good. No, I'm good.
Cool.
I think it's only been like 3 days our time. Like, it's,
Yeah, and I've been sleeping great, and I could really use a distraction.
Well, yeah, and above board, she doesn't understand any of that. She doesn't get that there's multiple different ways to be able to handle grief and like things like that. She doesn't get that at all.
Yep.
Mama
And I'm
always
going to be
said-
the one to explain it to the 6-year-old?
Mhm.
Yeah, fair enough.
You know, we do this a lot. This is above board. We do this a lot where we don't face the problem head on with the 6-year-old, and so we're turning the nuclear warhead. It's bottling up, and eventually it's gonna be our fault. All right, when half of Imea is gone, we're the baddies. I'm just saying, okay?
We baddies. Yeah.
Hey, Nathan, if Jet wants to explain the intricacies of sex and emotions to the 6-year-old
Hell
and
no.
grief, you might get, but Anthony's not going to do it.
So you see, sometimes you just need to feel. No, I'm kidding.
Mama always said the best way to get over one man is to get under another.
Get under another.
But the other man is not even cold yet, Brandon. I'm kidding.
Definitely not.
He's
He
barely
has
in the
breath on him.
ground.
He's charred. Come
So
on.
I mean, it's still warm.
Yeah, go ahead.
Anyways,
No,
go for it.
no, you go. I don't know where to start.
I will say at this point, just to kind of like, because I'm actually looking at the time right now, something to kind of like push forward. There is food that is now. There are more people that are kind of coming in and like taking a stump and whatnot. But you also notice that there is a sort of space that is being left behind in one of the areas that is about 20 feet back around, set up as almost like kind of like a square. And as you guys are like talking and discussing things, you notice two people, two like large sort of like male figures kind of like meet in the middle. And you see them grasp forearms and then immediately start wrestling.
Oh.
Tishian's gonna watch that.
Same.
But as he does, he's just going to say, I might just have a couple bites and then head right to bed, y'all. Sounds like y'all got other stuff to do. I'll just go back to the tent after dinner.
Tishian, do you want to fight?
Do I want to fight?
Like wrestle? If it'll make you feel better, I will do my best.
As this question is going on, you see Gavrot is without a spear. Is at the not Gavrot. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry, Katsuda. Not Gavrot. Gavrot is not here. Katsuda is like along the line of people that are kind of like watching, and there's jeer like there's like loud sort of like sort of cheering sort of thing, but you also kind of get there's like an idea of like this is a show, and there's like a sort of like a feel to this that is friendly sort of combat. Then I'll say Adim, because you're kind of like focusing on everybody here. Adim, you notice that there is another figure that's one of the other guards, the one that kind of gave you a thumbs up, Tishian, or gave you like the high back, kind of like grabs. Kind of like grabs Katsuda's shoulder, starts to say something in his ear. Katsuda kind of like looks back, and then walks away from the line, seemingly headed in the direction of your tent.
And is Adim the only one that saw this, or did everyone see this?
I see Adim, you saw it. You can kind of clue.
Yeah, I'll elbow whoever's close to me and point over there as it's going on.
We'll say Tishian. That makes sense.
Yeah, I'll elbow Tishian and point. A very surreptitious kind of like, yeah, over there. Hold on.
All right.
Thoughts known.
Sorry about that. I have a mastiff in the house. I would. Adim is trying to listen to other conversations around him because he's assuming they're in Primordial to see if he can pick anything up.
Okay. At this moment right now, a lot of questions, a lot of conversations around the Great Horned One towards Prisha.
All right. Adim, thank you for letting me know. Hey guys, I'm just gonna excuse myself for a little bit right now. I need some just quiet time. So I'm gonna go back to the tent and chill out for a little. Sure, if you want to, but I just want to go. Who is?
Yeah.
Y'all can stay here. They're not doing any harm just yet.
Yeah, if you don't mind, Tishian, I'll go with you.
Sure. Sure.
I think the buddy system is super useful right now, especially in a place that might not be too kind to you.
In this moment, you see the space in the line that kind of like pushes his way in, is is not Katsuda, but Kay. And Kay is staring daggers at Jet.
No.
Oh boy.
Wrestle.
Okay.
You, in this same moment, Eri comes up to Jet and goes, may I introduce my daughter, Carrie? And you see the woman that took your
Yes.
scale
Yes.
in the beginning.
Jet's
You see the look of daggers over by Kay
Oh my god.
becomes a full snarl.
Oh yeah, definitely. Okay, I'm gonna make a con save. All right, I'm not gonna say anything about it, but we're gonna see where this goes. Okay. Jet's gonna nod, and he's gonna go with Arian then. I rolled a natural 20 to not go fight.
Hey, the dice said not today.
The dice said not today.
I hear you're nat 20. You go to walk off with that woman.
Oh no.
You hear a shout from across as you see the group. We'll say conveniently is like fully pinned the other person in as Kay steps forward and is pointing at you, Jet. You hear I think you hear dragon.
Team. What do we do?
She's not pointing at me.
He's gonna kill Jet.
Okay.
It feels like Tishian is still in this space, by the way. So I'm just but I'm interested to hear what Jet does.
I will walk over to Jet, stand near him, and just say, "Do you need me to translate for you?"
Sure. Yes, that's great. Let's go over there. And Jet's gonna stand there, and he's gonna do the finger.
Oh no,
That's not where the pit is. The pit's here.
Oh, the pit's here. We're walking right past it.
No. He's standing in the center.
Oh, he wants to fight me. Oh, okay.
Right. Yeah. So to clarify for everybody, the match, the ring, those people have stopped. He is standing in the center, pointing to Jet and pointing here.
Jet will first look at Adim and say, "Can you translate really quick and talk to?" Is her name Carrie?
Carrie, yes.
He will
So
say,
you don't say something rude. Yes.
"Oh, of course not." He's gonna say, "Should I let him beat me?"
She speaks a little common.
Okay,
She spoke common to you.
Okay, then I will ask it. Has he been having a rough time? Should he win? And Jet is looking at himself in a mirror when he looks at this guy. That's the problem.
Hey, Ianthe and Grian,
Yeah.
roll me insight checks with advantage.
Oh god.
Good thing for insight. That's a 24.
I got a natural 20.
Cool.
Okay.
You
I
get
don't know
the
what to
feeling
call
that
it. Natural
as
20.
she is having
25.
having difficulty responding to this question, you get the feeling that there was most likely some sort of courtship going on between them two.
Can I have picked that up without rolling? Because I did.
Yeah, straight up. I was like, all right.
If you think that's what your character would do, yeah, absolutely.
I think Green just looks at Ianthe and go, "Men, they're either gonna fight or fuck." And
Great.
Looks
Do you
like
think
Jet
we
might
could
do
get him
both.
doing
Jet-
the- Do you think
Jet-
we could get him doing the other one so he doesn't fucking kill Jet?
I think he wanted to
Yes.
do that with her, and I think he's in the way, and I think it's just gonna result in
You see him. You see Kay at this
Needing
point
to
is
break that
bending
magic.
down, grabbing the dirt, pushing it into his hands.
Jet asked the question though. He's still should I let him win?
She's having trouble answering.
Okay.
Is Ares still there?
Yes. Eri is starting to kind of catch Oh,
Is this? I wanted to ask her. Is this like a kill or be killed?
no, not usually. No.
Usually.
Accidents
Not
happen,
usually.
but
Oh
of course,
god.
you know.
Deemed looks
I'm
at
just.
Jet. Jet, do you plan on living here and raising a child, assuming you can even copulate with her?
What do you mean? Of course I could copulate with her.
Can you
What?
breed, though?
You hear Carrie go, "What copulate?" You
Jet-
see Ari, the mother, go, "I'll tell you later, dear."
Jed, I say just do it. Just get it
Okay.
over with.
Okay, fine.
But
Oh,
regardless
Jet will-
of whether or not he or you should win, I am pretty familiar with an absent father, so don't become one.
Same.
So am I. is
Really
what
fucks you
Jet
up.
says.
Mine's dead. Does that count?
Jet goes, I have an absent
So
family,
is ours.
and then walks to the ring.
all right.
Here we go.
I think as Jet's walking to the ring, since this kind of happened before Titian could wander off by himself,
Sure.
Titian is
That's-
just gonna walk side. Titian's gonna walk side by side with Jet to the ring
You got it. To be the cut man.
to be the cut man, to be the just in case something happens man. I
The
guess.
second in this duel.
That's
Yeah.
interesting.
I mean, I was wondering
see-
if I was gonna have to step in. Yeah.
Yeah, you see Kay look up at you, Titian. Morani, you. That was to you, Titian.
Does he think Titian's a shifter?
No, he thinks
Oh.
He
Titian's.
killed the people.
Yeah.
Killed them.
Yeah.
Oh.
Titian's just gonna look. I'm gonna look Kay right in the eyes and go, "No."
Okay.
All right, well, I'm ready to get my ass kicked, so Jet's gonna walk into the ring.
You walk into the ring. Jet, you saw the formalities beforehand. Do you stick your hand out?
Yeah, Jet definitely does. Like, it's very respectful, like very like I'm from another tribe, but there is respect here, and it's very much like a like, look, we're gonna get through this, kind of thing. It's less of like anger. Like, Jet is not mad at this kid, right? He's just like, here we are, let's do it. You wanted this. I'm gonna give it my best shot, but you're like twice my size, so let's do this. I'm used to this.
You picked this fight, though. You're the one that picked this fight.
All right.
But I had to pick the fight, though. That's the
You
problem.
didn't, though. Nobody told you to pick this fight. You
Oh,
did this.
Matt's in the clapping stage. You didn't need to.
That's true. That's true.
This fight, you picked this fight. You picked this fight.
Yep.
You made the sandwich. Now eat the sandwich. That's what I'm just saying.
Jet,
Oh, knuckles.
you see a very hateful sort of glimmer in Titian. Have you backed up?
I've backed up. I mean, I'm gonna let Jet. Titian's been part of this. He talked to INT about this. This isn't a thing. He views this as a thing for honor with Jet. Titian's on hand in case he needs to jump in and stop Jet from being killed.
You got it.
Good.
You see Jet. Jet, you extend your hand forward, and you see Kay launch himself at you. And with that, we're going to end tonight's session. We'll see you guys next week.
Hey.
Bye bye.
Right.